Father, when baby, Father, asem we on. I can say, I don't know, onyare shewa. When the rules are say spirit, na number na fro no, no spirit na fro. Nye nipa na fro no fro. Na wo ba beka abe ube ka lady no and asem o catch na wo de ba am person beka ni na wa summarize and say dey human error. O ka say nipa yon kala afede the good so dey say spirit. Na anti spirit no, ono na fa phone fro wa na say dey. Again, no massam, and I be general, and why they was summarizing now, say human error because on your never been a course on why they are show. When the over say it could be say a spirit. Now, know what or yale on consam review. Now be a young color on consam review.
Nana, I'll be Wakaba, Media Frederick.
Father.
And then the important to say.
Oh, Namia do me hoye.
Now, I don't want to look about the door, baby.
Music of what Bodam for Jimmy Fono.
Come to my
I'm so many baby. You say, Omun, no margin yet, some music as no margin in your papa, and nobody to honor. Ya conforming years of Ubia, your position and selfish interest, and or the two. I'm moving on. They are doomed. No more, music and a crowd, one Casacra, more comforted that woman Casacra, one kind of nobody go. Oh, woman Casa Muguano, and no more woman so much to mean Casa, who are Baba Casa and Nafe, your farm time, into woman and Casa Muguan and Casa. O man ankasa mpanimfo na idea ni mo nankasa nyina ya enka no kore yakromfo awudifo enti be na asem bi ba o matumi akapa asepapa bi aman na campus music kana campus music kwa me plus no no so de wo mu nyina matete onye nkofo no omudidi omu ho amode ayi wa mum so mudi munyansa na nam wo mu nyina do munyansa na nam na omode tete ho no na nka mo oman mu han se adwuma be na yehwe mu amumutimu a adwuma pa be na maye amudi nyam ho motita nkofo bi hu na mo blackmail wo mo saa na mo de te oman mu e na mo nka no kure e na mo to no man ho se ase ye fight for Ghanaian say so mo selfish interest lumba se mo e ba ya me hu se mo man no kwade e say apratete kura obias so be kan kure obias so be kan kure ya kromfo awudifo na Lumba se mo esia me hu se mpanifo amutimu nyina mo ye wudifo mo ye atrofo na dafo mo ye obi a yemfie ho ntomoso afi se wo bias ro so be kan kore wo bias ro so be kan kore wo bias ro adan ya ye bedi na tem adan ya che se adan no man mu che se ye nwini nipa ho sa ye ti o man mu
Christian kan komando oh Muslim community komando
wo bia kan Obia,
Obia, catch up there. That could be something involved. Now with the Tana so very little, Kakum Sam. Come on, the other Bayano. Come who party up the bed, Kakum Sam. Well, woman, and cannot correct. Munina, and cannot correct. Woman and cannot correct. First say, when you need to be a shassia, we are paying in a shena, or Baba Cabby, a first a better quag against Uma, near to me, who near pay a envelope, near their father, granted their bro. Because the can HSS half one so called for father. The Abrante Webeka say, who command trend the cities near and no your evidence say, one in a massia, one now count pa, and a woman for forcing out to escamomo. We would dini papa, would dini papa. Now we are member for now. If we are saying a one, the obedient one of which who says, when you out just pa, that's a wo, or bar penny more, what bonnet. Atina Bema Huasheno. Na se wo timi begina ho e betai wo ba ketwa wo betina aware se no you be say question me amba the tia say asem ye na si wa wo se we spiritualist traditionalist we sunsun mu adwuma na de baba ke say asem ye lumba asem ye na one stand for the right na ba stand for the entromono wo spirit na de adwuma no kwa fight against them because wo mo mpe bone the aba for ni mo ntia se no through bit to some within say and I'm some no. And we will force them to do the right thing. Oh, found some young woman can't cry. I can't cry me a collect. Really, Akasa.
Na home be a home, papa be a obianwa. What the woman first no tete yen na nanom ano mo som abosom ene ya kristofo ya kromfo agudifo na adafo atrofo wo ma no mo som abosom kra no ohunu se ne yere kra ekọ mfikyire anase onya ne message kra na se be na bosom e kire ne se ompe sa ade ne fi no ntini wo ba ne yere beka kwata mfikyire kopom se obetwa bra aduane kra mpo no wonye bi ba no yes wo mo woni o ma na o ma bosom no empe enso no mutimi di ni nyina so
ena ya wansane bi wo promo a eya ansale a agidina eya asole a edimu wo ma nimu ya trafa so fo akoba bi a edu trafa ta wan share every puma ama ametia pafo a yedo bakwa kurase ano bakwa jese
na ada so nye eno ma ekoso ano ntia kristofo aso ko kristofo wo yen pese be ka no kra kire ye ho no kristofo ni nyina eye corrupt yen sori mu nyina krono it is a when you be a won't you bribe, we will be a winner white over several, when you be a new address, even because some to cry bebel. Adentia, and I had this dear Nimu, Ama with this money at Jum Bonnet, your friend who Christian countries, names you are with before, and the crab bar, when you fetch one. Because Obian will be face fact, and as I cannot correct, I am Sorintio. Cannot correct any water, cannot correct Yamwa Semium, cannot correct. Funny crack will be a cassa a nippers must say some with some a quayanko ye, a case we say cases, and no can also say will be a bad factory, Quashia Park, Crasini Jimmy for Bodan for
Christian country. Christian country.
We need them, maybe best sorry. Now on your bonnet part. No one watch this we were first go bottom. No one and I'm no one to check one supplier. Then ka wo more than nyimi ya sa contract we say kwajiro. Na one ka
what do say? As a phone pay for no. The day no mama young guys ni mu microphone pay for no say. Safu bi ate asori ache. Eya so nya nya skent no. Obi ba bia ne na ya, obi aba 10 years. Obi ba bia no 4 years. No a sha kufu no de akoma Bishop name pay for them.
Yep.
But the company and why the group no scout huntina. Mama the crowd do much. My son.
You see we and papa.
Yeah, I dear Akosua no. Now they just you perceive be and what kind of
yourself people who are about 2 minutes to more. Oh, because I don't pay for them and the crowd when they told said you know and now.
I suffer that casa.
Fanda one, maybe a problem.
Position bullying of force are they? With the position bullying of force.
I said, my son, I'm a pie, so I don't need Kafra. Now, which are you to say?
I don't know.
Yeah, they
found me found one of my sign and why my son, my son. Me found I me to me found. Any sorry
my time and son, or not doing whom me a
fame, Mamma, a fame near the Adeni Sheni Muntinesa, and then Kolanka take it off you are,
my son.
Yeah, what question about courtesan? Wife so called friend who suffer, no one is what question to me be as a day of person when you Jimmy,
and into Namibra, Michawa Bible cast him, you say. At the day of judgment.
Yeah, one after the other.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Yanko.
Oh, yeah, Jimmy. And because of fame, or person when Jidin, not paying in Totobia, what Jimmy, I say, I went to meet the man in the background, put one for Uncle or courtesan. No 2 will be for say first for two questions are you say now do 2 questions here ubenya din edina wo ubenya din mo enti amagimina na egusu ejimi aso ye frɛ ho say Christian country and bishops and na hwan and archbishop and na hwan akwala ketwa no de ade agugu nkom no frɛ no archbishop won kan kora sikadie ni nkola die ene nkofo yire mu die aye ne say pam Jimmy and Nassofo do na kwasiafo ya Jimmy fo ye sole ankofo yire no ne nkola nkete e be ye de na nakoraba wotumiaka wono sofo ne wo yire won pramiensa won preminu wo bi ho ma wo se wabona adrepo won ware en wo de nkofo yire no ne nkofo mamma nkete na totofewa en wo buru ma toprese twe e sidde na se ne po keka nokore e sidde na okeka se lumba de a wo ye no wa anye ne aketwe se yo beta wo wabɛta do bi kunu wi entwa yie efi se ono bishop ono esofo no wo hwe nkofo yere hwe nkofo ma na ono wone nkofo ebe 20 awo atwa ne ho ahia ne yere won fa ne nya hwe oba na one ne fira kurase na wo mu dobodefo bre wo bai di na chi hiamu wo bai sori ya na okowia ne maame sika no de atode na menadi osolo ko fom no ko fa na maame adua na beno menadi wo betena kuruma be ye so ko friend ho bishop and was some quality in the children and father, daddy, and a friend, a bishop, and the Jimmy son, you took
I'm some party actually, you know, when I wake up in the morning and open my fridge and check how I have a juice and drinks and wines over the fridge, let me believe that God bless me.
Father. Oh, yes. Always, no. Post to mu fresh and new mania, a japade wo, casa wo, and na small boys will be up as what that carcass will be up as what did. Now, what did young quarter mine of Mediana and then I would Jimmy, baby, I
saw for them by phone, but to a woman, beginning everywhere is corrupted. That's everywhere. As I'm not those are no. Nana, media the Kenya Bimeba. Nana.
Father.
Good morning.
Good morning, we are woko.
Radiado.
Me chair what here for you now. One say there be a make us some way. Say your friend is say corruption and sema okay. You say I am me tell you so you be pan say. A deep rooted issue, right?
Yeah.
Say with you, class captain. Who you could squeeze? Say when class captain, you man know.
Yes.
So no. Now we share the age of so be wa no be 10 years, and 9 years, 8 years. Near man a class captain between class 2 and class 3. No, or true names of talking. The shall call out 8 years old.
Yes.
Or true dinner no more DP. No true DP. Na the otu na ya true ni din no. Was member we duane adi. No wetwam. Ti won to wotwetwa mu an no hwe na se krata na etan no asesa krata no. No wa true names never for. Na teacher ba na oba bebo omo kasa o class 1 na. Most ba kwa tiem say paper no the ono no ni din wo mu ni bi no. As I say paper no we a wrong one. First one there or the for na aba. So it is a system and you way mu in collaboration. So if you have these people mobile taking roles,
will become a normal for the system, right?
Yeah, normalizing at the end. So that's it. Yeah, normalizing from time here, a bit say pepe. And you know, I did more baby doom pempens will be a man of cracker. Any sikadia bedini penny muntino no crepan said or yanka. No one say same way nana the intia me ana oh yeah na me fro baby brain.
Nana we dey member ma mentwa no ma menkasem kakra bi. When him say friend said you okay. Ebra na mo class 5 and your mama bad boy. Na a friend say teachers ne person be kira de. Your friend say he say me ko break over. Teachers for say come on me fa yin nkoto honom. Then I me say oboa me kwakobo and I'm a boy ye break over please. If sada na headmaster no eji me post film say ma dey ntia minya wo mo minu magro omo person be kira de me so person you share de ye dia agro ye dia agro sa am say what kind of life and me say oboa me ko fa bed na mo say fa to ko fa like me say oboa me boy na me boy ye kaka break over please sada na eji post film nsem corruption you call a blame man you said okay
so I would say even cry at that age in the position now when you cry so that's it obi abeso dey say position here okay class captain
we do our instructions so we have no we are the right
so no it is o hwe sa nipa we mu nyina na so so wo nyini no about politics and the politics aye enye unisika wontimi nya bi so that's it and the say nipa na wo kwa file ni eje 500 million just so nomination form 500 million no answer no be come within the party na call baba be free more baba ye we your friend say or per se ye nominating within the party no party na answer kwan no answer be fight against the opposition so be pempie dia hwe ka nipa na bo in the same nipa we so oba be di akonya so agin so oman ne ho do no de ba betenem emfa ne ho endi se wote awoshi wote malam wote ayi ne nsu oyiri for no emfa no because so ye to abawie ye okope cantonment atena right now see me ana politics ana me be say ye be cause bebre all kinds of something but the mama ni ji won ho bebre ana metaphor platform ne the reason why ye fight to say ye be hu the ekun that lumba see anopay na em say kasa bebre na ya say Mami Akosua Serwaa nya na nyoma wi adabi odini court case wi adabi justice na ye pe no enye di ote asenko an owufu nso ka ho bi kwan a ye de that lumba afaso right a chese obi aka na no atom obi ankasa musica a onu wo mu bie se onye member kra na se mo ayi a mo project nyina no munyi obi mfiri mu muntimi mo musica na ayi na mo direction na mo kona na se mo objectives no ana se ye kan kofo a omunti no ekuo ne kona nimu a untimi nyi that lumba mfiri enso hwede ye matimi atena se na maka mu nyina maka mo no atom obi anka ho hwe enti buta ho se ya ne ye ka se roman ayi a membesme bondi sa guy no right the announcing audios by ya or can some need the say sa guy no you too powerful Ghana wana onye powerful
who is he
en kofo na share quality enti wouldn't say judge or tell
ana wodi animu na yasoma no
oh no the ono ye adwuma they say time another it ya adwuma ono ne ye na no abia no oto aso en kofo na share kira aka empanimfu wo Ghana nyina no atum. Right, and I don't use the word in Sakesiye. Case we you are said go for more powerful chain abino and count not no cray. Be beer and for a common watum a religious leaders a common watum your friend say ye court. Share
from biblical court to date in Ghana.
Young funny say that lumba when we fee. Right, or hospital. Adentina Nantanya a guy ya or a guy yam to know yet more say electricity company to say woo ye a health minister no at ye committee to investigate the issue. Ye called Woma necessary motina Woma guy ni woo ye hospital for no doctor say woman need by. Enti busa ho say ti yem fa ne say that lumba won wo fie based on adagrajan some more kan yem fa ne say hospital won see ya adinti now by now the general Ghana Medical and Dental Association I don't know mon kan once why are they not investigating it Baba Jamal and sim hunu on any law firm no and throw any someone maka that lumba ye will that lumba ye see that lumba ye aden no mon enka ho asem why because go for mood every case we know they are too powerful and to count them na I say ya chechire nkofo na obi antimi nka omu control airways obi ankasa radio station for obi akana no atum ene ye de obi nua bema wawu a wo penny say enfan ye ku ye sie no ye obi akana no atum e so penny except your penny to park odwen so ye wan onye obi a Ghana wo now what bet now the that lumba anima baba ye ageneti pasa no obi anka ho hwe no entimesre sa kunwe enye it goes beyond Mami Akosua Serwaa. Even it goes beyond that lumba name. But yes, you should that lumba name Mami Akosua Serwaa na Akosua Bempoma semi. Edi asese nyoma ye de be fight against and nyoma boni e koso wo man nim. Since 1950, I ensure Yirifa or Ghana and then in so that's you for organa. So they say, Father, major now will be about Bekambi because and some need that Lumba, he needs justice. Maybe him no me no see ye be bois na papa no wenya justice. Because ni pant young will be married as say no met no man and one more for mining new baby. Na a be do baby yes ye penny funa yes who wounds ye pen in the baby is ye na ye pen body a ye a be crazy that. That's a father.
Okay. But that's Nana.
I pay you confused me and see a corner with your penny. Ah, something in a brain point and a bush your penny in my backos. That the lumber bush your penny back of penny. Me, I may fast and my sister bad and more. The sister near my son. Mimiano. And near my son. Yan myself, what I say, could you let down Emre? Ye give no nessa for a brand. Much receives near man. No one said, I'm back. Marco was my name's mamma. Marco, Tessa, message to animal. Namia was your penny, and Sana Macaco 2 4, and Amacaco or Mampenia Maneno. And the same moon pa say, one more small Monaco say, Lumba and Dawa were Frimono, and Nikuno pa, or Woman higher. The taste of modern and Namasano, Nayen Guasiama, Ebusiano. Obigraze,
Utie, Abra, what's in the radio soon as I'm here. Busani bia man to me a man kwine. No one kwatena radio so now so ya said that the number free. As you say number on you biano. Na baba jama amudu omu to me. And you soon no kwasa say statement. Abaka say number uno bi ha baba jama love him no. Omu ha this ha. Now the law will catch up with them. Omu ye call up. Ade o ma ye no ho. Na yenya ewiase ho. You ask him yet, Ghana.
Father,
we have a long way to go.
Father,
so
my bet not so I feel was at beginning. Now what a free baby, a dear and I would have it.
Gaga, bad, I was saying, come on. The Frau, now say.
Now, we have to concern with the immediate
media jacket. That Aquaba.
I'm calling an Casano.
Dabi, and Casano. I can't do so bad what Johnny will be, you know.
David, the Ocasa and Sana, Yama, Berno.
Dabi, I to pack and was I'm able to pack.
David, Obi Casa and Sana, boy, Minamiti, and then I dear pa. Because at some winner, Breviana, me catch almost say. Asam na da hono enyama mi Akosua Serwaa asemo the whole Ghana issue ene nyame Paul mo ntoma mo cap ayema Paul mo ntoma ntina wabobo ya no say wo use that the lumba no beje oman no but enipa bebre nyanti ase ena ye dia dane tumidie ne niema you see say open port say that the lumba ewu me some musical for na we twabo na mani age pa bet na mi wo kromo ntino
that's a good one. Yes, for be West, useless.
Musical and Film Producers Association, useless like trash. Because you can't crampa. Lumba betray movie be. Na and cancer crappers or the movie in about one thing. And as some no Lumba a car entertainment industry, a car entertainment industry, and yet only the musicals.
What kind of industry?
Yeah, involving all the newspaper writers in Inaka home. A car entertainment, Ominaka home be news bloggers, filmmakers, all of us. And the idea is no Kayum Ponesi, sorry. Near Debbie, Adia Lumba Yamo, mine Ghana. No. Yes.
Ami see he was not paying his dues. It's not true. Look, let us man is coming man is car. Musica almost share no money ama egu akwama wo. So usika na no matter ti woni ama no ka the near the aka asa no mobile money o say dey open no. They are from near the amount.
Yeah. Mama say omo nimu. Father omo nimu. Nti say dako opemre. Now chechiro mumu anasa o mami ba na mbe chechiro mumu sami ya mi wa hai the film industry no se sika bi ba na so mu say me ntwa me due 2 years a on beti said sika na free man say no me say sika na ama me enti na industry ni kura no amwa lumba ka lumba ka sika every year kura wonya woni nwuma a waye ho no Ghana kura ntimi antwa bi ama na da yeah enti no de America ne say sesia no momi emfa ya ninsi dade lumba funu ne so bi ye ma 1 year ne metwam nko ni atrechna ho akasa saa ekwan bia so ye befa saa mpanimfo ne nsam bebu ame ehu kwam na fosufuo efunu no me say ho assignment na de ama me ne na busuafo nti wo abeka busua no waka me nti yesramo na no fada mumi ansori nyina ye di nkomo bibrebi enye sikasem esi etu anamon nyemo abu anipa no ye penkrofo a o ready say be walk it to the premises of UN office USA because omabo kwamna fosu abasoda afane nyom e dia ye program for we ase nyina da enti saa de no kwanti no yetimi gina so e call ko ka kire om say wawu woni fie ana wawu ye hu ade ko no ato na ye hu ni fi ombeji asem na so yesramo mumi tutu anamon ye nuanom amwo US mumi ekeka ehumom ni pattern kura betimi ayesa ade ewe enyum kura na moma na world the children of the future no we are born on premises we can do this enye sikasem eno asi ekeka ehu abom there are quite a man for leadership man we yet in league and never born siem focus wa ade opportunity a ekeka ehu bo mu a ye beboa mekuo negu Adey.
Oh, time.
Time.
As I said, freedom fighters. I am worldwide. Now, I said, food to front food and food the food. Oh, when you did acquire from back, but no more. I said, touch them. I had the misunderstanding, but yeah, and then let's take it on. Now, I know, sir, maybe I may come a okay.
You want to oh,
tell us about fee.
Mr. JK, friends, Father, say, asemo ya tena ho ache. Father Ghana for your bed demonstration. Enti Father bomodena e fancy egu akwem.
Oh yeah.
Say enu next month no.
Son of God, that is
mega big demonstration pa me number na me test wo first way okay me pacho father ye organize enipa ye pese ehu one we bia lumba efunu ehye first abusia pan dada no abusia ne say lumba wonye abusia no ko ade wo your mind ne dia enti o mind yes ye pese o mind ye pese ehunu ba bia lumba wo hye afa to so bio adenti na ne yere no
and they must produce it and they are sure
yes afa ne yere ne nso adenti na o mind nyina yi o mani ama ne yere no adenti do mind na yi o mani ama ne yere no nso o mama ye hunu ne enti o mayi mani ama ne yere no Akosua Serwaa no o mayi o mani ama father eyade e serious so say ye bo modern ye sa demonstration no pa ye ntina ho nye di ma UK for ne ifo nkwanye demonstration no etimo ma ye nyina ye nye sa demonstration no emfanti o mind say adenti o mind so aye quiet empanifo aye quiet na asem we say abeye national issue na o mind ye di
wala me wa asem mi ka tira wo de kwa no tu kwa kwa to yo na de yan kasa ne to na sana na me nua JK kana then yeah me pase ya be o mbe hu etiri mu adwen so
all right
and because we got demonstration you need document near there so
okay all right
ha to ya yan ka kuma to
okay
ya be ka bag to na ya so ho ye na wachi ye be di na wachi
Bluetooth mode.
On the second was a one, why?
Your second on night. Essentially, she be a babon say. And what's the man? Yeah, the baby was say baby ginger.
Ni more. No could be any. Candle night on a wine. Okofa kana do wa hin wo de ko ye ne Nike. Yes ye. Kana owu ye no. Na yire na one ne wo ho na ono no owu wo ne nsem no. Ne papa mu no se nko na tubofo. Ade ne ba bebo abusua se modehie no wo ya hunu bi sa.
Te me dwene se onye busua ni bia. Enti eno so mo je ne se wo se onye busua ni bia.
Kwa ya bia. Ansa na maka. Ne ye na one na tie ne de. Me kura mini no. Nya mini ni pe ne mini no. Ana mini anam ne mo fa asefo nyina nim. Ejo mo kura du on ka cha na ye so ma me ne nkasa. Wa anyi phone ne ma nkasa.
Ne ye na anje phone.
Wa anyi phone no ne ma nkasa.
Oh, ena bo se kanya udi ya ewo mumu. Se mo de hye free mu. Na eni ka meto mo ni mama mo mam make announcement no. Me mo tete no abonten. Udi ya.
Mami, enu de ye di ya o kese pa. Especially me abusu apagiri.
Ne yo ba kon so fra brochre, onu so esu wo social media. Ye so wo Germany. Eno ne Akosua Serwaa.
Akosua Serwaa. Ne yire Akosua Serwaa. Ena me abusu apagiri me nimu no.
De wo Germany no.
De wo Germany no.
Se wen so de Serwaa. Enti ama ese.
Germany de no. Na mo de ebuo ama abusu.
Somebody say interview and kasa we so de Serwaa. That's a friend just say we bibia just say impersonation just say
you just say mama say why mu bibia wo fa you aggressive.
What do we are there? Taka bi o so we are there.
We are kotie. We are ebi. We are eduma.
I don't say we are professor.
Bibia, we are nurse. Hey, akola we dey we international. Hey,
we international, international.
So ana osasiana na hobla pie no.
Lumba group.
Osasiana na hobla pie.
Ai, wafia na hobla pie. Wafia na hobla pie. Onkasa. Wafia ni bibia we dangerous. Dangerous.
Oh, the Lumba. Yes, I know. But we can't sit here. I know almost the Lumba training in the bibia also. I don't say, and I'm in your son.
Yeah, I want your mommy.
Kofiusu, we would not say you why am I before papa when papa
and what can come say? No, was saying, can come.
We grandma mistake. Earlier on, no, I never sent come. Yes, I am way now. Your boss. When you say I some naked,
I was going to be
just delay is not denial. Gaga.
Okay.
It's a matter of time.
But will be a TV.
Now, Obano Subu said, Lumba, no, Abusia. Nearly year to year, and the area. Nemum, so no quafa, say, or Koye Bibi, social media, Mashametab, Mekosieno. Me kwaye we me kwa follow ya we na na gozie ne ane de anya juma
amanfo ebisa se adan na Daddy Lumbo ne nebusua kwa nsem onye fine na because oba wona ne tese woni mabusua dia e bia na wantwantwi kakra da Daddy Lumba ane ebusua nsem
eni we za ta woni mabusua na hefo na ekowale no kwa sa ta ba ye ka wa se ya ba ya wa wuda da do to park obe wuda ne sese bia ne wa ya fon papa
oh e won so me da ase Daddy Lumba you be a I don't go out here. I don't have a dream
no no Nyane tie se bridge ke se abafa Ghana mai ene Asante mai na nyina ne se ekona de hye Daddy Lumba Charles Kojofosu ato anananom ewon siedo waka nchinego
abusia payi Kofiusu mi ana me kaze bibiezi aso be kona bibi nsi na anyum bi na aba na dwunum na oto saa nti oba na abetro Daddy Lumba mimi si so na mabeduru sie no me hu se ese okosua anyum eto onyumtufo we ho anaso ko tua atum we ho onu ankasa ne talent na even oto nwom a abusua no kra wato nwom a aba oto ne yente enzo ya asante so no ka na ode to nwom enzo be ka lumba bonyo start na this eche san watena se ya hu sema wo ka ye abusuafo me katre mane ne ton je se ye abusua ne de ya hwe ade mum me katrema ne nanu kasa how obesi akasa no kura no up to now the bremenana bi e na no kura otu kwa mila one two.
Okay, Apex yabua
this generation who say almost wo anida so say so mo ware kwa ware mu a obi ntimi nkoka nche obi se waware no ne be ma na koye ajapade ni nyina aware jaye ba yese kokofa o certificate ade kwa aware ase bra kokofa de oba aware ase adwuma wo ye bra ananse be ma ni free ma yese ede na wo ye kokofa bra na enye te sabruchira all this institutions na wabruchira hano awarem ni ade nyina no de ato Mame Akosua Serwaa ebi ato wo mo pen eno mo fa ho sua nyansa de hihye mra ene ebenya ordinance marriage no mo yese no there be yanko bible mu ni yanko hwehwe mu se ordinance marriage mu a mo kwa na bi wom o mo ko hu se Sarah ni kunu the same thing ebi to wo mo ene be do stage bi no nka nyanyame o man nsaso mu a anka sa chick bia no ote efie ho etese opregen ko be gia japade no ese gumame na o ware ni nanimu ase ano ne yake ho asemo na nyese ye ne se ye mame asem ye bekana aje wansram na egu ese we think beyond said ye beya aware asem nkwa na wieye no ni enya bibi papa yenso ye gina so say hey Ghana court way say na tie dia mum fancy sayemra Ghana parliament ye say na tie dia mum fancy sayemra Ghana president ye say na tie dia mum fancy sayemra na manyina ka bom as timlika wasefo na memma data omachi no mum botwi so mo ye demonstration ewura parliament ewura presidency ewura babia enche no makunya fahudie na ye mane ye nananom na omoba next generation no omukwa ware mu na omumre se ejani se ya dia wallahi ene enkie nyai ka se sei ene ye beka asi se ye Mame Akosua Serwaa asemi obenya ne fahudie onya ne fahudie wie ya asem na sidia ene kanuanum ye nyai ka. But as we have to think in a way ebema nkunimdie abagana asetena mu eye lessons ayesua wu ye abema dadi lumba ye badadi lumba ye office dadi lumba no oba wiase bi bia woni hu bia no eye adesuade kese entina aware mu adesuade no abeye ade kese da Ghana esi esua bibi free mu na Ghana man nyina dinya nsakraye anya memenko anya obi a wahanko anya obi a wofie nko den obi a yenwo no eso nya nsakraye wom entimede ma no si no mum ye nyina mo ho dawuru na bibi papa emfri sa aware mu emra bibi papa be free mu abane se ebetinya hihye mra ordinary marriage no ebetia ya adwuma ene empepe fo wo kwa mo fasoware ayifo wo hausa fo wo kwa mo fasoware obia wo kwa so fasoware se se empepe fo no mo ware miensa kura na se emra beto se miensa no obia benya ni certificate eto miensa edifri miensa kono onware se bibi ni asa miensa no na aban no emra mu no ye jiwo mutumu a ni nyina ye mra ebeboa se ye friend se Christian so ya ware ye baako a ni nyina betimi aye na enkonkonkonfa sa chick no na sa chick fo na ya no hu abufu Omo hu abufu ayen kra ni say omo ba betena ho a wie a
Sir Kofi, I'm say, video, me say that you many, but
yeah me just enemy demand wasi
quite that's it. Say, Otofaha. Thank you very much. Lady G, I know that right now, one monsieur, one more coffee. I see. What charges? It don't be better what charge it.
Na me pesa me kire mo say, e ma asem no. Omukodu court no. Omukodu court no. Judge e ka say on issue warrant bia. Enti enye kasa. Ena ya na ebinum ya backdoor. Ye nya ya kasa backdoor. Ye nim kofo wo backdoor. Enti ye nim nyema bia ekokoso wo backdoor. Mu bia mo so mo wo backdoor no. You may never know. How should that happen? And who
knows the back door? Oh, person say who knows the back door? They say the back door versus back door. I like that.
Exactly.
Continue.
That's I say. Oh, say system no corrupt. How see you be court? Na judge beba out abeka say on issue warrant. Na another time. Ya benya obi catch obi say judge no ebu obi en ebu prosecutor nani. Enti no onu Roman father no because o ma settle judge no kra no o felice prosecutor no so akodi sika wo legal wife for ho. What I say enti na no one responded. It could be say a prosecutor no decide say oh yes or no one responded. It could be say well it could be say or also wajeni settlement because that is a system that we know. Yes, say we have good judges. We have not seen anything. There are 100% of judges are about 2% per any papa wom. 2%. Sa judge ya odi asema o kache abusuafo say omo kofa 20 billion mero say 200 billion me pamocho medini din se mu nim ni din mu obenim say kwasi nim ni din kwasi me pa cho me pese wo ye a little investigation now the record ebeto ha ma fo hu. This is not the first time a why sao. This is not the first time. So
that means lady say can sa interview now I actually listened to it yesterday. Na papa ne ka say judges no ni omo ye ne say the ordinance maba any defendant no otimi ji obi asika na the odi bem no wo man dey was that can say oh man dey lose no I want to appeal.
Now I'm out point of acquire appeal.
No, grounds of appeal.
Morris Appa, Wadi Master Mama, or you're one of the top notch lawyers. Just an enumbo and anything. So what I said, yes.
Yeah.
You know, he knows the judges.
Yeah.
Only momo. Yes, no corruption also. But me person obiati asese. Say Tim Lika wife, o man for fire ama. Ka baby Mami Akosua wonu kondu ho.
I agree with you.
Mommy, our Ghana, we na make catch them. Nobody can dispute that. Say, I'm for fire now, ma. There are people, omo ye nyama wa Ghana, and no sure say, omu dim probable team legal wife, ano. Jobia can say, confounded dear, adabraka. Now, we should be happy. Said that is happening. There, obiti baby no show say idea woye no. It could do a certain group of people a problem. And no na manyama be so straighten up. E ka ho ene Ghana mema a womo ya akushifo no do na nim say so ma sem kopie wo tim legal. Enye ye na se ma mo hwe nkofo ntokwa omo kono. Asofo bi ni ade omo ba ya omo be ye so mbe attack team legal wives no. Omo ntamo ba ye no wo mu tuatua bribes ta yenka bi emo omo no ansem ni ntwa
almost say that publicly almost publicly
yes aside that no crash bribes omo tuatua ma amanfo ta omo nkeka bi na nsem na enye den. This is a powerful movement eni say ye digi agro. We should rather encourage them a jet say right now no crown automatically the fire no we have quenched it naturally. Senye say ya no mu kofo mo ntokwa ibesi ma na katim liga baby ewo no na nka ye kopa na ye because right now we have to focus on what is going on. Ye ni pe enyama be ye nyama. Oh, I say ye ni da ho. It is a obia sorry na and we so kire ye say ye nuanu me a ye na ewo platform so wa ye nka say enne me pamucho. E wo say ye nyinyin de. But sometimes so to me sure be wa bonten na person funny say nua, no person funny say wa de nyina. Enne de ye hu wo social media you so kire say Timmy Gaffon, quite any lawyer, you be an lawyer. A bit loyalty, you're limited. Say, be to me, a see a chile, a copatch show the first of all, I see a share who ye. And son of Bia, who you be dear grow a platform soon. You're very careful. It is among all my copatch on. Yeah, mammy,
and 70 people
say it will be sold out there.
There you go. Now, who's that? Lady G. And 70 people are APA banner. It is so irrelevant to what was going on. Like, and to clearly know, so about Jim Baby, I don't say, no. The direction I need panel corner. And yes, over say about two and the in futuro we garden or
yes. And they are determined to drill everything on the ground, but it will never happen.
Oh, I'm working. It's not a woman. Maybe I do it. There were 3 steps ahead.
But show you who your power platform is to say. Yes, and Kobe show be now any bay but
back door for the motion if to the command back door for
you know show you who ye. And as I say, you who say loyalty no, it be a limited because I'm not going to me see a child patrol in your own interest. Send over to me a full plane, I call Ghana. I turn out Copayan in some of the choir anymore. And you know, says Mr. Nice, yes, say you who, but obey one obey to me in chain, a good inquiry. I am a mamma, oh, boada. Nana may change and co be mebony, quite will be musuon can say, and no baby board you, no baby board you. In Comaso Bayeshi rough. Comaso Bayeshi. But mummy and you share who ye. Yan share some my becca, mammy private in some nibino, moon to break. Because people can go behind and snitch.
yes, so
Madam Massey.
about snitches get stitches. What you say? Don't be sad, baby. You better sit down, Papa.
Papa.
Na wait your 1 minute too. Na mami aye kana semi. Mami oni mukasa. Eno bi anya ne ho audio. To da bi o ha ya mumongo.
Oh, David, say enya mama na say na baba beka. Ebia. E un say en si say bi ni ntutu ebia. Ebia. No, so what you say? Un say ya do no ma. Back door say ne kwa em time. But
bi ni bi o ha mumongo.
Anyway, now Lady G, when you are quite already 5 points now, Colondi for no, I amend the appeal when you be a kind.
Me pamucho there be in fact, enra pona me who say, sa appeal no shall senti me pamucho me.
Oh yes, they say Jinamuti to say
amendment, you know. Say mobile to me I discuss so I mobile to me the at home me bia.
Oh, because I'm saying I'm sending my honor. Kwesi wadana.
Mr. Nice.
Yes, boss.
What do you hope?
Mr.
Nice. Opa mamu me enya victim because message a buy no try say mamu me enka ho asem. Enu ntina.
Oh. This is what I don't like. Discussing the points now or amendment, has nothing to do with the case. Where you point say, yes, or no, every platform him to to counter back. So when you ask man, we can't discuss. And I think the point is be break no. Yeah, granny, a platform where so the banky and near money be a never verdict because I did be almost too free, be almost too free verdict anymore. And you, my uncle was a lament, yes, you. Where educative discussion.
Me, Dabiti, the Minianta me cancer say. On say, Ubi fro catcher say, Massem, I deal with say, Munyan say, mammy. Oh, well, who bet me a come, media, maybe
idea, public knowledge here, I beg. I beg to differ. It's a public knowledge. Court case, public knowledge.
Court case, yeah, public. Court here, be public.
Yeah, person as Ghanaian so. Intina, yeah, too quaint. Mama and change your lifestyle be.
Okay.
Too quaint. We know what goes on. Intina, when we are, yeah, movie or why a cop baby, I'll say, she's a different African because me mom see me. Yeah. Me fi Ghana, obi an person di to me. Me ti America, me cop baby na me see me fi Ghana. Me juma mukra. They obi an person di me to me say me fi Ghana because. Oh, Ghanaians are not like that. Really?
And again, more comment section. I'm going to say, listen to Sir Kufi. Gucci did a program yesterday, which was so good.
I think Gucci one I'm a take a.
It was so good. Like I said, I don't know why such an educative topic, you don't want to talk about it because we are not talking about proceedings. Nobody is insulting anybody. It's literally
education.
Pointer, Omorazia, we saw it in the verdict. You say Judge Dorinda, no one making up in the mind, and they also pointed it out. Ebini certificate, authentication, because there were other channels. No, betting me authenticated, but beginning,
no, Google online.
Because they say German letter no free from German embassy, she could have just called German embassy to confirm say letter we na say no no crana she see because answer when am say yes my nka ho asema
media I don't have problem about so we'll be discussing media the ma tiana said the men who know
and then as back do be anyway.
Bado bi ani o papa ya wati bi afatun chen ya wati bi afatun chen say ya wati bi afatun chen yen ko sa ya
I think say what had happened before was before no
yes
sana court they verdict now yanka say ya be discuss that was the problem but when about that it's already out there.
First, no, they are not a becan here. Summer, your omnium becan or private, no, be a bet now, menka. And I'm a menka, and I'm a menka, and you be near ye.
Public information.
We need to discuss. And what's a yes, your cry free? Mr. Nice said, no, not me, we dear,
That's educating and conform from platform to platform.
I was educating conform from the court assembly right through the appeal.
Yeah, exactly. Because platform super defending. Because defending 17 years and I'm 14.
I don't sure say I ran I no power home. Who's true?
Yeah.
Oh dear, say and then 11 about I think say if you cry and check. No my intino you can discuss media no the and yemei. But
I was not able to.
Oh, we didn't know. I actually even went up there to it was
Gucci,
so good.
I didn't know how he was running the show, but I really liked it, but I didn't know how he was running it.
So what he was doing is there was a lady that would translate it in Tree, right? So he reads the point and then the lady will explain it in Tree.
Oh, then okay, Gucci is a very good presenter. I used to be on the same media house with him.
He is.
Oh, a very good presenter.
It was so good. I loved it. And I hope so. And the other people encourage you say like the leaders, everybody should be able to be doing that. Yeah.
Mandy,
Very good.
let me tell you something. It's not that we discussing gives people idea. At this point, everything is all over everything is on the internet. And see, they cannot use no technicalities, no idea. No, they have been exposed. You people don't know that they have been exposed. They have been exposed. As some way said they can kono. Huh.
I don't know, who Gucci Korea.
Oh, Gucci na menini nyana radio station back.
KUCCI. Uba obegunu.
The profile now said guy be as or glasses. That's what saw glasses name.
And also a nice guy, so.
Oh, a nice cute. That's also very cool.
Now the nice guy you so see.
Why you?
But the nice guy is also here.
May I sure say it's a Gucci wow for because those days that's more than 10 years ago. Now I worry.
A nice guy be to send me
because anyway,
Lady J.
Many Gucci ne na wa Mansan FM.
Mansan FM. Okay.
Lady Gina says some was a party in a bus. I was here organizer. The flyer now can say member and Cassano, Yabecasa.
Also a lending.
Me pacho me to me a cabi.
More than 20 years.
Usua Casa.
Yeah. Okay. Diana me pesa me can say. On say in a team bako. And I fight for one a course and a bibisa. And to say, be as a when you be making submission, be now as your honor and in Yajia, if I would show an idiom. Ofra, no one more come a coffin. Dan se be a bema voice a posture, and I say, oh, shouting nipana, and I say, Ubube funipano. May say, your double new croft for now, me and Fahon, to say they be a bem pamishana, madame and manono. And they seem silly to say, on a man fan. But I say,
one way, Papa, a cremua, also could you be.
And ya cry away, you, a cry, also, Miss Got be that, St. Louis, a chua got to be that. Already profile now, no Kaiser and Kurano. Labem pano. It's not Michana, Madame Manon, but yes, a young cassa within us now, not quite to say. Oh, sir, or be making establish so as soon as he Kassai and Menene Yarding. We used to see Kassai, Menene Yarding. That's nice way. But I say, run a passe our home because of say a man, dear, come merry go around with their chance and watch your majority morning, a buffet beshowbo. Why she ya? All the best row will be and test Remo. Young Kassai, who ya wanted dear, or for a straw. Now I cool it down. Now, what would disagree? How many panels so as I can patch away them no nyadrin. No make you submission. Nice way, me that say.
Yes, that's
Mr. Nice. Mr. Nice, Sam say, minim Gucci na me.
Nigga wife for Crantium and Kwalan Moon, you are no do Muko school, sir.
Me say, I'm singing a yellow po.
Mr. Nice, but you got me and see me why.
Okay, Cynthia.
Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Nice, London, na me a mayor ho.
Sound.
Chai, me. Talking a 33 plus 2.
Anyway, the much.
Some me go school or my better a hacking. My better me Dulwich, me feet London, na me wo Peckham. E ho na me die o.
Oh, nice. My name is Martina Peckham there, like around manhood.
Oh, Peckham there, me pepper. Yeah, no one do chrome. Intimity Peckham, I better down Camberwell Green, safe way next.
Camberwell Green.
Safe way next year, one amity.
Oh, nice.
And I'm the BP America.
Lady Jane, money, Kwasimo na what Facebook.
Maybe on Facebook did that.
Yeah, then I think so. I'm doing komobisa.
Me I heard daddy. Yeah, in those days, MPP bad those days, you know. Me, yeah, then I near Jumano. Way back. And son, I never could forward over by any year, Jumama, I didn't buy. Way back, long time.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm on sign. And Gawi,
Mr. Nice.
Yes, darling.
Coffee, Mr. 1 second. Mr. Nice, Senkobi when computer cap. Yes, ye read this. Some also my ye cheater for ni be say my kind way now. We can still say something about
Good
Day
morning.
Akosua. Maybe they make me good morning, sis.
I cry now here.
Me who you are, Hassan.
But
Yeah,
you
me
say
asking.
Crofin but you say Crofin tina ma frustre na me tesro as am common name say Crofin but you tina me buy. Say
me kranka senye uba se kranka sa
Mr. Say, I think say as ebi a bibi senebo
no because me the pass something is going on within team league say Crofin ombo mo do nanim tutu form tina me buy no be won so no kwa obe shout me down. E man ni bi ombo so mo di ni die be mount say me say odu ba bi na mo ho
I just am na Ekoso catch any.
Hassan kasa che yes sisters mpanyimfo ne brother ko ha.
Me ma observe who say Crofin ko ba bi a man ni bi ombo so mo jojo no.
Platform ben no.
So who sa de na me catch and want to no fi sa platform na kwa.
I know na me booster sa platform ben no because na say
Lady G say my money can wa ha my money body wa ha na ye
my booster kwesi na me friend you me go screen and recorder bi the one mo jojo kwesi me catch and say massa ja hoko.
Yes, it's me buy last week
screen recorder.
Oh wow.
Lady Master, I want make us what me do last week. Jojo na abranpa bi bam and no see and then 3 days. So if we come be share no mu jojo no okay.
Abranpa no dia so.
Embody, they catch on say. Me hu say then 3 days no mu jojo okay. Then 3 days no na man share me srew. Enye ba bia no so awko. Me srew.
Yes.
Me new e man bi omo ngua na mgu app so because obi onya so nukuna na mpra na ope. Me hu say say omo ya ganka tia me nim de waye nti me srew. Hwe kasa yie. And the platform be so kasa, Mr. And the body on the ya pa. Okay, dear. Then 3 days, okay.
Me da wase pa me
ka. Be an for any munya for Mr.
Sir Crofin, where the back it to what fast ticket for Miss Media, Miss West Mr. Sir, why a penny moon will Miss won't me have a sight. Untimin picket size. Why you penny will call him untimin fast size. Untimika say, oh, Ujina, baby. Debbie. Say yes, so why a penny moon, dear? Not no measure your movie, no cry, be catch one and say, what fast for ne or none no mammy nim if you are wedi. Movement no be big Burma. You have to center yourself. And you have to speak, you have to listen. Now what can a woman said there was a sin or no. And yet to say bia obi sha sia kanini ti anase bibini no obi ye bibia na anko ya na no because to say bia nipa no ta na chini nti wuntimi nka e ba ne sa be ma wo kwasefo no bia sebio ebi mu nkasa ye no credit e ba ko anhwe obi be kasa etiawo because atem na you very sensitive nti say Kofi Serwaa eni bie mu nso na why you have to center yourself as community. Yes, I was tied up. Say, you have to center yourself. Say,
say, Patrol, Mamma wrap up so talk must be a me one. Once I'm a band to a dharma, me Bubema be our app, but Jinan Fifi and defend me so many and defending pen so called and pen for me fake. And I'm beside me, Mount say, and could do a BH, Miss Row. And my man for need to plan for life for what cause won't say you do and call sister.
Alas, I was saying I am master Kofi Johnny. Said those si buy as say Kofi to me buy and so who's that woman Johnny.
That on no Okobe be me there more yan no man.
I said you walk and
I answer all the
yeah.
Me da wase pa no me die tie ni me kobe bia. Baby a me ono me no I seek no kre ewo ye ma me Akosua Serwaa ho ta me ba platform so na dia wo ye no ene ye ma me Akosua Serwaa niema bi enye pa me throw back door ne ma ka kire uti a fine when dia me ma hu se dia wo ye no e bia emwa
take Kofi bi to say den my example.
Metimi ama ebiti say ebia a lot of things a lot of things. Me abwa.
But ekura when him say frontliners ni bi asese say ekuru fi sebi kwase ani jimi nyina. Enti say bia nipa no wa hu se nyema bi nkoye no wa approach you. Na say wo asese no sa antem basa na wo de amema mana. Enti so okọ baby na so hu se nipa we no tie ma asem a. I think so best stick it to that place.
Mrs. Owusu, won't say honestly speaking say wo de ma yenye reference kakra e wa ha say yesterday nua be ma kwasi say ye de ne platform yi be resolute sa asem. Secretary won't say emra sa ASF asemi bayi the way are now for platforms ni bi na kasa fa ho na enye good. Enye good. The way now usi approachy enye ni bi no na it can trigger obi because a quiet to say accusation, a quiet to say your friend is saying bantering. And once you are older, or you pay you move to banter and do those things, on. And see, it will trigger young. One say, "Bimu just to go off." Unfortunately,
ASF no, na enye bad idea, but I can say the communication, any presentation, any ma ASF no quite bad idea. In the stand,
the way Ebimu team legal leaders no be went about ASF no so me na me teach I didn't like it. Te adia aba tie ekuo ye wo team legal and ASF no was born out of team legal. So even if you are not happy about it, find a way to address it back door. Make me an example. Me pesa ye bubo ni pedin. Die obi betina na ya no ye. Ene aben enti mo kodi wa ho. It was uncalled for. It was unnecessary. It was born out of a new mbambe good team legal wife. Engu no. So if people were not happy, and say, "Oh mama, a mistake." 2 mistakes cannot be a what else? Oh mama, a mistake. Oh mama, your consultation. It's about most have the say okay. Minian move back from what back door say enianum. Kasa die we die efe. Most mo boy amanya and son and kamo koya. San Kenya bonio. And mama manya. Hey, from platform to platform. Nah, yeah, day. That thing has already been created. Some of the leaders, it was uncalled for, it was unnecessary, it was no need.
Because Team Legal ASF said in America are mano in a bad way, but it presentation and communication.
I understand. No, make us say, why couldn't they go back door and talk to those people?
Me pacho neighbor. I say, first of all, obiya na adwene bibia ni ho a oka obeti o taking a decision a bibeti say ebia alasan beka say ebia ohumi se me oti wa ho ana bibia ti sa me nko other platforms ohumi sa eyo e what the meaning. Because maybe baby ubeko unya sema na se baby abeko no enye se de bia na woti wo me ko all round as we say bia a day no share a day se mitimi ko 10 platform kwasi platform nipa 208 and was so and we any program me fan say the whole day ni nyina o fa ni ratio e bia me fan say nipa 1000 Enubinya because ebi beka and do ye free more the whole day no or ya or cut 1,000 but me kwesi ho be me met me the 1 hour 2 hours and so akasa kire nipa 1,000 no because me ba kwesi o minya 200 me ba we ho minya 300 me ba we minya 500 me ba we ho minya 150 me ba we na me take on the message of me Mami Akosua Serwaa so and I say yeah Mami Akosua Serwaa so within 2 hours na me dey eromu around no metimi nipa 1,000 ena akasa ba kwasi so metimi nipa kasa 1,000 akasa ewo ebia 8-10 hours. Oh,
Okay, Sakufi, me patro. Sa ASF nkomo ye medi ni sisia. Rana ye ba be ready. Ye ba di appeal no nkomo. Ayi bia obi compile ya or the two Facebook.
Okay.
Any abedi nkomo because me the ASF team league asem no ya bremo. Is he any focus
Me,
on
I'm not
Mr. Nice,
against it.
Mr.
I'm
Nice,
not
mo be nya
against it.
edoka o.
Mr. Nice,
Akura.
Mr. Nice,
Me no
sir,
be nya
ASF,
asem
no,
o.
I'm not
Ma
against
read
it. It is okay. I just didn't like the way in Confessor Omakwati Bibi now more year in discipline. It was too much. Me feel that
yeah.
team league have only be overreacted.
They
They overreacted.
overreacted. They
They
overreacted. Mr.
overreacted.
Nice, 1 second.
Again,
Ma unya ma 1 second.
ah, no cry about
Enti
it. They overreacted.
They overreacted.
enti
Say Kufi Serwaa, why? Mr.
Okay.
okay.
Nice, don't do
Yes,
that.
darling. Oh, Akura, any nkumo papa o.
Oh,
Mo
there
say
be
twem.
there be say a movie and here teach. Nya obiana na here against the
Bra,
party say.
had to send us some
AFS aba ba
What
ye
we
be
did
say catch
here
na
is
ndia mo
something that
man
had happened among
they
us.
overreacted and samba omuntu omobo. Now after all, ASF no it was born out of Team Liga. I don't just say Team Liga and you be good and no.
Almost say any team, almost say a brand. Almost say any team, any group, a brand.
It's
It's
a
you want to
brand.
keep it
That's
like
what
that.
whether brand or whatever it is. It
I
was
know
born
so
out
one
of
say
Team
Mr. Nice,
Liga.
but you are still in doubt about it. It's a brand.
It was born
No,
out
no,
of
no,
Team
no, no,
Liga.
no. I'm
And
not
I
in
don't
doubt.
just say a good Team Liga.
And
I'm not in
Good
yes,
Team
doubt.
and then
Liga.
one
Me,
say Kweku Christo, sorry lady. One say Kweku is very, very intelligent. He's very innovative.
I
Like
really like everything that
the
he's
way
doing.
he thinks, he thinks a bit different. One say, and it's okay. And he executed it and then he showed it to us.
And
That
it's
was
working
one
and it
part
has
I
become
love.
successful. It's
Well, it became
working.
successful. And to me, I was
Everything
very
about
rooting
that has
for it.
become successful. You
Yes,
know?
it has
Come
become
on,
very
guys.
successful.
Oh, the mama me ready idea ya
kura
Ghana.
mo so mo ka communication like and so kan na duru be duru ye no and so mo kokora te sa de no ye la ko
I know
communication
Oma Nyadia, but two runs, no
And
one
to
was
the
a
mama
him to me.
my idea, Obia
I
Chena
mommy
de.
and
Yeah, moving
I
forward.
issues, no
Yeah,
so.
yeah,
Now
I'm
me
quite
cry
high.
me
Thank you
about
very much.
six. I me and I'm going to
Aha, exactly. Yeah, I quite machine
And
reading.
akora no anyare na odi ni kosko ameka che teacher no. Omule.
And to mama almost say Miss Fosu team caused that a legal error, rejecting the exhibits in the final judgment after admitting them amounted to an excessive of a review jurisdiction over its previous decision, which jurisdiction the courts lacked. The appeals argue. They also say the judge descended into the arena of litigation by revisiting her own ruling so to motu on her own motion when neither defendant had appealed that November 17th decision. I say for the lawyers watching the case, this raises key questions. Once a Ghanaian court admits a document, can it later throw it out without a formal appeal? Is a question. The court of appeal could affect future civil cases because who objections by and I was still accepted document, Now accepted document,
On the Koshini Papa Mameno.
Lady, woman in Kenya.
Okay.
Mr. Nice,
Mr. Nice, but your second go over Biumaye.
All right. I'll say this is what Obi summarizing in what Facebook. I'll say Miss Fosua team caused the legal error, rejecting exhibits in the final judgment after admitting them amounted to an exercise of a review jurisdiction over its previous decision, which jurisdiction the courts lacked. The appeal argues. They also say the judge descended into the arena of litigation by revisiting her own ruling. So to mutu. I don't know what English word is that. Mutu or whatever. On her own motion, when neither defendant had appealed that November 17th decision. For the lawyers watching the case, this raises a key question once a Ghanaian court admits a document. Can it later throw it out without a formal appeal? The Court of Appeal answer could affect future cases. And he said, "Honomati asiyaba bedro."
Aye. What certain
Okay.
document? Oh yeah, what's like I say, and you're valid.
And to see an appeal for appeal court no ever be answer that question no. And to be affect any future cases biana. That means who to be the document to
change this judgment now.
yes. About a new precedent. And to see the burden of proof. Who should prove what? Another major grounds is about the burden of proof. Who has the legal duty to prove the fact? Okay.
That was a big one. That was a big one.
Miss Fosu team says that after the court admitted Exhibit B, B1, and C, despite objection, the legal burden shifted once the exhibits were admitted after objection. What do you say? And I mean, that kind of you. Or say the burden of proof. Who should burden of proof? Who should prove what? Another major question now. Akosua Serwaa team no challenge or no. Or say another major grounds is about the burden of proof. Who has the legal duty to prove a fact? Ms. Fosu team says that after the court admitted exhibits B, B1, and C, despite objections, so that means some objections and exhibits, there were objections, but even objections, judge, accepted it, right? And the judge now accepting it, that means the burden of proof, are shifted every to defendant lawyer to prove say adiana or no diaba no challenge also be proven it otherwise say no original here. And or say this is what happened. Or say any burden of proof authenticating the appeal states the evidence burden had shifted to defendants respondents to disprove the marriage or establish forgery. Matthias here.
Yeah, papa. Burden of proof, I think that was the first thing I made me question here. That was the burden of Obi. I mean, call law school there, but
Me so school I me call law school. I mean, yeah, me journey by America. Me say and I'm say
Runaway students.
Yeah, bro. Drop out to me who say lawyer judge why a mistake or baby. You mean that I drop out.
I think what was what? I say instead they argue the trial judge kept the burden on Miss Fosua and treated the lack of Ghana embassy certification in German as conclusive fatal, ignoring other collaborative evidence. Somebody also pointing, I say.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's almost the embassy in my form.
Oh, and you grow. If you rejected Ghana for documents.
There's the answer. On fan call Ghana embassy. What Germany no.
I want me say I'm a choir no embassy for any say omunye bi that. So they didn't know the procedure.
That say enyom na yes adie no. Nti no hono ye.
Auntie, yeah, I
Mr.
say
Knight,
that.
when him say, what's he about Lawyer Kusi audio na one Akosua da meet nasia measure see bet me abo de
Was it
one
not? Was it not
that
Dasby?
you know.
That's yeah. And I'll say the appeal cited Section 136 of the Evidence Act, Act 1975, the NRCD 323, which allows authentication by evidence or any sufficient showing capable of supporting a finding that a document is what it claims to be. Section 161, her team says it is not the only way. It just creates a presumption if certification exists. Absence of certification, they argue. Okay, until next one. And on mobile next one, I'll say. Counsel Stephen Insia Opoku of Colondi. The law argues that judge confused two things, proving that the German marriage certificate, as if the German marriage law says, and provided a marriage certificate, a marriage ceremony actually took place. The plaintiff led evidence to corroborate public representation by the deceased during his lifetime, eyewitness testimony, photographic evidence, issues of the union, documentary evidence, and correspondence from the German embassy in Ghana. The appeal states her team says that the evidence substantially corroborates the existence of the said ordinance marriage and met the civil standard of preponderance of probability. In plain thing, even if the marriage certificate itself had issues, the appeal says other proof should have been enough for the court to accept the marriage existed. Exhibit B, or say Exhibit B problem. When the judge changes her mind, this is where appeal gets technical and potentially precedent setting for Ghana courts. Court record shows that on November 17, 2025, the High Court judge admit into evidence Exhibit B, Exhibit B1 and C, document described as German marriage certificate and related papers. The defendant had objected to authenticity. The court overruled them and admitted the exhibits. What you say? So documents here later no. Who judge no be say purported ne one ni na ya. Omo de unless mo na see omo de nam say e fake no. Who overrule omo objection no mo raise here no. And I accept here. It is who accept here. How then do you come back and say Enye papa?
One would say, Mr. Nice, that is the problem. One would say that is the common sense. A woman and kofobi, excuse me, my language. I think so some people are not able to think. Said they are drinking because Mr. Nice. There is certain kind of institutions be a it validates at the codiano. What they may patreno. Say bia uko school ne bia here certificate, right? And also we here BB from school. Na adiening school no ebia emua. Ne bia won't mean immediately. They can even take the unofficial no. What they may patreno. Being it that they know said there's a possibility said there will be an official and then they can omono needing the thing non omobe call aqua inquiries about it. And who your friend is saying Lawyer Kusi can or audio say paper be on the call biano. It stated on it to say marriage certificate, validation of marriage certificate, notarization of marriage certificate. How would they notarize something that is not your friend said that is not authentic?
Because you have to go with your ID.
What are you guys saying?
And if you are someone okay, when him say me crown, me we a masters for so many years. Me go to me fees into when him say na me kwaje me she. Na say na madam for be a me ni ko West Legal say bon come on catch me say into one day ya was salary me say dey. You say ho. On be send transcript am so just go and call them and blah blah blah. Can you imagine? Me fry they send their transcript even though I don't have the on me. What I say, for somebody even to notarize something in a brochure, because you need your ID, you need to have your money, and anything mistake, you can go to jail for that. No, I am not Jane.
Notarization is not just any common process.
Not
it's
at
not
all.
Just any process.
Lady G, they're okay. I'm a similar example of it.
Miss sister. Emma,
let me name. I was like working. My real uni, my year graduation, my de waha, my bookie, my de, my chair, my de in area. They got up back to me to tell me, say, man, because I'm in person, or musica no, students finance no. They come back telling me, say, man, general, your school fees in me, they cut £24,000 in me. They cancel my graduation, man, meant me and yet. It's been to that, you know, I was like, me from adult be a dim come on, the contribution come say, man, bro. After whatever, they will send you the certificate. Even if not that now, request for your transcript, they will bring it to you. Which me, straight away, no more send it bread me.
Sister,
Mr. Nice.
Almost on your back pay, say 2 years and say over, almost on your back pay, union tea. But can you imagine? Send your my chamia bar, no mean send me into me. It's in Yamabi wa.
We have to read. We have
Mr.
to
Nice,
read.
I put you to na say na adie na nkasa no mo mpese omo beji because no mo nim say omo de car na say
they have already made up their mind. Say, a chinchinia, as I said, Dorinda, no, a kufuado na man position.
Let me
Anti so who's a man kwanya fiako tontino, as I said, omoma or ruling on their behalf. Simple.
Patrol, let me chip in here. Obie ni one more tia brochi. Oh, this fake document. The whole government authorities and command. No way. Da. Would they imagine say wa kra no person ko test waters no winning krata. Now the krata bi koko bo animu immigration. You can say self a picture bosso for we bra. Obekwa animu biem. Onkwa animu biem. That is the faith need a strong way I had in Lawyer Kusi Serwaa. Because if it's fake, she wouldn't push it. Exactly. And we got people who are pulling it down. The boom said,
although Bronin called for to the German embassy, Germany, how many times? So many times, when the feedback say she's married.
Mr. Bempa, peden wa ha. When you been such a na so simple to
Mr. Nice, on say ube ready certificate do a Lawyer Kusi Serwaa de ko na kama chechiro mu. I think say you have four types of different Baako ye German version of marriage certificate. Baako so ye international version of marriage certificate. And no
Kofi Pacho, Amabi, Jansen Hunu Chocho was a hon, what it?
Amabi, there were bonsa, girl,
because why you are not ready to learn.
I don't know. Yeah, the core education office call BBA saying so your farm. The friend certificate in right original certificate be from the BEC to that time degree in right and okay UCC so months me man different certificate but man me dem share the ma de but man different a year be replace certificate na baby or apply school I think it's Canada or say UK mu back or the no or submit no and man offer no it's I'm thinking and asking say definitely school na baby or apply school no omo contact UCC and BB e find out who say certificate near genuine and I say bia ira and ya issue we ya man na BB and me wo ben power by regional structure and dem no me no the question and say the question is say court no say mo di obi asem na say first of all or the fake certificate about some of to me actually panatum saw the fake certificate about if say any fake so now so doubt here and then a see court in the coin so mo ankasa yes and hwehwemu no ko hu say ampa certificate ni your original na bibi ah ma to ma men to public a year nkrofo church through that certificate no
Nana usu Nana usu omubeka say na no amuntina
ARGH esa bu fime ba ARGH o ini sa 5 amendments no we ini because Facebook dey no and list 5 ni nyina mama so obi a me say bempa David Ali
Nice.
so obi me bo
Yeah, me wo.
send my WhatsApp ba job
Sir Kofi.
I say email. Me to me.
okay I'm sending an email man for me
Okay, first.
yes
Maybe me minim say no na me one so I think so sending the email and no better but because ARG your brother always here have sent me back me minim say no I haven't also make time.
Sir Kofi me pacho ma me make submission answer.
no problem
Sir e kom ha na yete no. Sir me wo original copy of certificate na ira me request ya yen for original na be bre me biem. Yeah, the transcript. Sorry. Yeah, the friend is say oh first one no any the amount. And no your true certified copy from recognized body I assign any the amount. It may be no qua. It doesn't mean say a fake. Anaphobia dreaming on what a down my dreaming on person may change, you know. They must change. Oma dreaming say yensuya. The day dreaming and one at the actually say mekana no one ye beka into the moka be a ente. The patcha motimenka.
Maybe I show you tongue kasa.
The on person mo kana no moka. It is a me certificate ayera na mako government body ho ni attribute mame na me dia ba. How fake is that? It's not fake. Minya original na de mame no emfa mrel. E na me koy de no wote akonya so sign mame tama me koy na original no. E bia me koy no kra wawu. Nipa foforo na sign different person. It is two different things.
Madu Pofo, do you think say they don't know? Omunimo.
Why are they stressing us?
Omunim pa. Omunim. Yes, omunim. They can in no munyina ya we. Just the banisa.
They are me yakasi and so more yes, nyina ati abrochiro.
Nasa bempa on tiabru chiri.
Auntie Bacho, before say obe to us no auntie. Before say obe proceeding, let me put something in your head so that how there are some of them who are a juma. It is something that they are doing. It is something they've been doing. Umwe fisa mama ne kofo bi na de poison to ne so mama umwe fisa asem no. And don't bother yourself that some people don't want to understand. You just speak your truth and keep speaking your truth. Or many will go say, na obi ti se bempa, and da odobroni to beti or baby dinner platform is no. Me boni tutu, sa boy wo.
I am share the voice, share the voice also because Odobroni really obesi said it.
Sunny day free baby daddy no. Nya na nkrofo hu say or the same person. What means the son home?
No, it's not easy. What you have chop and crata, bra, what me I am a bema, benyebi. Wouldn't not cause it die. No bitty gun was my 6, my 7. How dare you? No, was 7. Me, then, me, me, conquer 7 coming, me, the animal. Near better me, my japade, me sweat, ya better my own, ma. Oh, Kasa or being Tiase, when you are talking, it gets to a stage and now we get emotional. It also mute you.
I think that I think menya inankasa menya we inankasa the actual and she may be ready my yeah the bia she says boko. Okay, affidavits in support. I am a Ampon Ajaman Pempe of the
Nice to vote. Nice to vote. So over kind who now over break because it does. So what you need to do is that read the grounds of appeal instead. Because the affidavit of support it's just so scroll down a bit, you will see the
scroll
real
down
grounds.
okay.
And
Yeah. Okay, grounds of appeal, which is 1, 2, 3, and then particular of errors, all right?
Nice. Yes, so baby Abedra Odobroni din show.
Yes. Then
okay.
The grounds of appeal and particulars of errors, those set to
okay, right. Okay, so grounds of appeals, I'll say additional grounds of appeals. The judge is against the weight of evidence adduced at trial. 2, the court erred when it held the foreign law as a question of fact can only be proven by calling an expert witness. 3, the court erred when it rejected Exhibit B1, C upon consideration of Section 5 and 161 Section 3 of the Evidence Decree 1975 NRCD 323, thereby leading to its fatal presumption that Ghana ordinance marriage was the same as the German civil marriage. Okay, for instance, idea okay. Who says already court verdict nankasa already paragraph 99, paragraph 100, which OBT they love it so much, right? And you should bring Pomanumasen without doing any verification or no prejudging say yeah Ghana certificate no any German Ghana pay because bring Pomansi when we say the top signing marriage certificate. And say me kofa eginembra verdict nembra na ya bo ehonomo tu. And I'm reading me iri ani apapem. Ose
Fabra.
Me fabra. Okay, check. Medweba. Okay.
Technicalities.
Okay. So
Mr. Nice, the Bia Odobroni din obi odu abofaso.
So already paragraph 90. Already paragraph 99. I'll say the plaintiff witness Ernestina Fusua, under paragraph 8 of her own evidence of chief, averred that she was present when the plaintiff and the deceased married under a German civil law. During cross-examination, she answered that she saw when the late Daddy Lumba and the plaintiff signed a marriage certificate. She asseverated that And she asserted that. No, Sarah said, did you see the plaintiff and Daddy Lumba sign a marriage certificate? She said, yes, I was there. I said, per paragraph 8 of your own witness statement, you claim that the only person who witnessed the marriage certificates was Georgina, not you. And then she answered, Daddy Lumba, my brother, took myself and one lady called Georgina to Germany on the same day. So we were living with them in Germany. Okay. I feel 100. And so you agree with me that your brother and the plaintiff signed a marriage certificate. And I say once they were married, they will sign a marriage certificate. Okay. 100. I'll say the answer provided by PW1, which is Ernestina Fosu, are clear that the marriage certificate must have the signature of the couples, and if not, one more reason an expert witness should have been brought by the plaintiff to speak to the prominent features of the valid marriage certificate from Germany. Then I look at the Exhibit 0 series is supposed to be Daddy Lumba and the plaintiff signing a document. If the evidence is true, then the marriage certificate bearing signatures of the party should have been submitted or tendered in evidence. In alternative, the absence of such signatures on the marriage certificate from Germany should have been affirmed by an expert. Okay, now 101. Marriage certificate has signatures of both. Ghana marriage certificate has both signatures of couples and the signatures of their witness. If the court is presuming, keyword is presuming. If the court is presuming German law to be the same as Ghana law, then same should be seen unless rebutted, which was not done in the instance case. In that respect, the marriage certificate should have signatures of both parties contracting the marriage. However, there are no signatures of the plaintiff or the deceased on the Exhibit B as presented. Hence, what is presented to the court cannot be the marriage certificate. It has already been said that what was presented is an extract or a record of registry in German without any explanation. And I'll say it is more reason that the document should have been authenticated and signature identified and certified required by the NRC 323. Then over number 102, I'll say the same document seen attached to Exhibit C, the letter allegedly written from German embassy. The last paragraph of the Exhibit C says the attached find a copy of the said marriage certificate is a certificate for your perusal. The document attached to Exhibit C is supposed to be the same document as Exhibit B, but it has different signature and date. The document is signed by J. Stein.
Mr. Nice,
Okay. Then me say 103 now excesso, right? Or no case or say expected by we no, right? Or no judge the case.
Mr. Nice, me pacha why na obe church ase no? Why not say, oh yeah, no what church ase why?
I was gonna ask the same question.
Okay, make us a bempank e be pon platform no.
First one I was okay no. Or Mr. Knight, no about marriage certificate in said Brempoma said, who said Omumienu air sign. And you know, so Omumienu signed here a signature in marriage certificate in so. A yellow cray in so. Germany ha, Mimo Germany ha, Awariano, Owaria, Usaya, marriage certificate near the Bermano. Only the standard something signature and also. The BPN ubeko ajise ebia uko busa say open documented signature no enya it's like enya you say compulsory say documented signature no yebekwa akoyi ni e dia mawo sese ho na the marriage certificate ne kuta no and was say Ghana ware no ene hade no eye pedia that means ka we no sunya double hwe Ghana de no Mr. Nice Ghana marriage certificate no one say the city also no and the different colors and here Germany
and white.
Germany there no antisa
just one paper. One paper.
Lady Jimmy Pachomane Kasanyo, yes, I did.
Sorry.
What do you mean? Say the same marriage certificate in Bina say Omunya. Debbie. What do you mean, Kanisa? Because German form system of Omuyam documentary, our BPM, Ghana Fonso, our the same system, but ordinance marriage in India, Ebiana Ghana, Ebiana. It doesn't mean say the certificate have to be the same. Have to be the same. No, Neti Ghana no, sa ukwa, adi adentina, sa Ghana no, sa marriage certificate no, ukotiaka, unkotiano euros, na utiani cedis. Na haso dia no, ukojina so betiaka, utiani euros.
Akwasi we the explain Sekufi na Sekufi akasa.
The difference no, sana etie, entimi nya peda. Nti ahone die.
Sir Kofi, let me clarify something here. So the judge is not saying, sir, I will say the judge is saying, sir, in the absence of any explanation to a document, I, the judge, I am an expert in Ghanaian law. And so I will presume that what you put before me is the same as Ghanaian law. It's young fan say, how can
a judge say that? Are you serious? Are you serious? How can a judge say that?
Baby daddy, in all fairness,
nice.
How can a judge even say that? Are you serious? We are lovers. Yeah, the law. No, we love the law. Don't come and stand here and say that.
Nice, thank you. So again, nice. I'm just here. It's better we all share different perspectives. And I'm here. Some people say, why are you always here? I'm always here because I want to hear the different perspective of some conversation. And I like it the way Sir Kofi is explaining it. I get to understand, okay, this is how Sir Kofi thinks about it. I also share mine. Say maybe I do a so just share idea. The judge is saying, Ghanaian judges are experts in Ghanaian law. They cannot, there are almost 52 countries only in Africa. So because obey experts in every law, then they never stop learning. So what they do is that they are experts in Ghanaian law. It's or say, so be the document back ever to the that's a marriage certificate. That's a nipa na church anymore. Okay, so this is a marriage certificate from Germany. Germany marriage certificate, nipa ba ko na sign it, and I say nipa me sign it, and I one church anymore. Judge didn't say the law says the judge should presume it's a Ghana dear paper.
Bempa, Judge Okekano, what was the letter from the embassy stating? What else did they need?
I have not even gone to the letter. Wait,
call us a platform. No, I didn't say it.
I can't believe
there's a letter from the embassy. So what are you talking about?
Sir obeying paper ne penna no watchre at all. Uwie ne kasa na wakana na why they will be some questions. Me aga some more questions. Yeah, me was me person be some na me da na me taste or can't see me and many ati.
Pacho Twaso.
So the law says, and I'm trying to find it. If I'm working, but I'm trying to just pause briefly and just pull up the law, right? The law says, if you put a document before any Ghanaian court, and you that is coming from a foreign country, and again, I'm just talking about the marriage certificate here. So the marriage certificate, to and say any other certificate to any Ghanaian court, except say you explain to the judge, oh judge, this document is coming from Pakistan. Pakistan document original stamp with the boom. Say you say nipa to assign here, I just say a free a Pakistan Ministry of Defense. You just have to explain to the judge so that the judge understands, okay, this is how it works in Pakistan. But in the absence of that, so the document from Pakistan back. Now the two judge and him say, judge, this is a marriage certificate from Pakistan. Now judge and no a imam of Pakistan assign amount. I'll assign this document in this one. The judge is not an expert in Pakistan law. It's what the judge will say is okay. Why explain it to me? So let me just the law presumes the judge must presume say that law in Pakistan is the same as a law in Ghana. And to or the Ghana Mbrano the Beshe so. Intiafe no Beshe say okay Ghana Mbrano send a marriage certificate here. Or Beshe say okay Ghana Mbrano marriage certificate nipa me na sign. Na omo witnesses enso sign it. My fan share Pakistan the insanity. Or Beshe so Pakistan the insanity. So under the Ghanaian law, the judge must reject this document because it does not meet the standard of Ghana, and you did not explain to the judge. This is what Mr. Nice read in what the judge was saying. Thank you very much.
Mama responded to that anyway. When say reasoning of the judge in 40. So sir.
No, it's by law.
40 reasoning.
It's by law.
And yeah, it's just a like a hideout to like avoid certain like reality. In the first place, who's supposed to like discredit that supposed evidence? Is it a judge or those defense lawyers?
The questions and what the money.
Oh, me say to me now so until I be no. Who's supposed to discredit? Who's supposed to discredit that supposed evidence? Is it the judge or the defense lawyers?
So you see, no. So the judge can discredit it, and the defense can also discredit it.
But do you know? Okay, let's go back.
The defense
do
also
do you know that on the 17th of October or so, judge accepted this supposed document, abra objection or accepted that same document. Are you aware of that?
So yes, I'm aware of that.
So why don't you allow the proof to discredit like the said document? It has been formally laid before the court. Why don't you allow the defense lawyers to discredit that supposed evidence?
You are absolutely
as
right.
A judge, you are entering into a realm of litigation. A year ruling a 1 month earlier, you are now coming back to discredit the same ruling now. You are vacating from an earlier position now. State here.
Kwesi, here is the thing. Let's understand, sir. When they were tendering in that document, the defense objected to it. In fact,
the judge overruled that.
Yes. No, hold on. No. Kwesi, it
and
is
you
in
know
the
what
ruling.
objection means in court. So how the objection, you know how it means in court.
I get you, because you see, the judge said the defense objected to the document and pointed out.
Let's make something clear.
Kwasi, please, can I say one thing?
One second, Patrick. 1 second. Baby Daddy, so Obi raising objection. There's two things. They say overruled or sustained. And say a sustainer, what does that mean? Yeah, objectia, what does that mean?
Okay, so nice. There is conditional admissibility in court, right? And if you read what has been said in the judgment, the judge says, okay, I will admit this document, but go back and do and follow certain process so that the case continues. Do you understand? So the case is a case in a court, but one more conditions, okay, monfa document in bra, but monfa evidence act in a monfa braba. That even though
she wouldn't have made the ruling. She shouldn't have made the ruling.
They came back. Oh, they came
You
back.
shouldn't have made a ruling. I'm telling you.
Baby daddy, again.
Who was asking the judge to rush to make a ruling?
Me no ye educative no team. We forget the team. Me pese ye din komo. Me the document about the two anim, right? And na Akura say document we enye wo na wo final say. Yeah? Ti that means say before wo beji me document na tum no. That means Akura ati ase say me nim say document na okay nti na me ji atum. Unim sa de. Oti ase sa.
I'm telling you, can please say.
Me say se me no mienu ya me ni Akura ya ba court. Yeah? Una wo ye judge. And me the document bi aba. And na Akura say document na me di aba no. Enye papa. And na wo ka kire Akura say eye papa me ma just document na dey atum. Because say Akura raises objection no. Say na enye papa. Say nka wonji ntuma na me bo ana. Kabeka say yes, enye no kra me bo.
Exactly.
Nice.
No,
Nice.
no, Akura ma no answer me.
Nice. Nice. What happened?
No, answer me yes or no. It's a very simple question.
No, nice. No.
Huh?
That's not how it works. No, I will not. I will not. But here. Oh, come on, me.
Hey, what did we call court? Now a fake document and now whatever. And now set somebody way qua. Not you really more be any quasi could in the straight away, no. Smart temper with justice and I'm a war.
Ma adof ade adubofo. Okay, sorry. Ma adubofo. You know what? This is the thing that we do. Sorry, let me interject. So, but this is the thing that
Mr. Nice or Mammy
No. You see, where we stand, no, and I'm always they think say they are ahead. You see, as some no can they be say I didn't tonight, yeah, because your friend is simple or they buy now it was not what can't tonight, young, yeah, friend is saying. Yeah, fan of contempt or something.
Money answer me question, ma Mr. Ampon answer me some question, no.
Mr. Bempa.
Mr. Bempa
say, side na a free ban. They are giving a reason, and then we are here.
No reason. We don't need that reason because they are feeding us with bad ass.
No,
we don't need.
Baby daddy, no, I could change in why Bempa no.
I know.
He's still in there for
the mommy. What are we buying?
Oh, sisters, but I'm not
buying. Oh, point to be a sure the drop in the town. You have become I didn't come reading through baby. You reading through baby. Me reading through baby ampo. Me reading through baby until the Mr. Obia mute no na yentoa enkomo no so because question na me busa the baby daddy no wan same a very simple question na baby daddy say o de sa ade ne ba esa nkomo na enye de so nim say me menchema say nipa mienu de ade aba who na oye judge and then one thing also what I say judge doesn't work alone on its own or more investigations mano ehwehwe document me or law clerk ne court clerk ne sanko phone nyina ho right enti na onim German law no ne clerk kwa betimi agugu say German certificate mpo say ne sitie judge ne kro okofie nko no nka say betimi agugu say German certificate no kra say ne sitie what you say enti say excuse na opesa wo de show say or jitu mu na tiro ka say mo still am fan ko fa bibim no the time now wa admit say document ni ye papa no untimi go back and say make say purported
Mr. Nice. Now what about the letter from the embassy?
Nice. Can I explain? No.
Mr. Nice. What about the letter from the embassy?
If baby answer na ko Mr. Nice, maybe some can say I'm not saying that you see when the judge admits something in evidence, let's understand. And noting that some of the things it went uncontested. Some of the documents that were recorded in evidence, the pictures, the Lawyer Akosua Serwaa, all the documents, the posters, they went uncontested, right? But the point is that there were some of them that were contested. A typical example is the certificate. It went contested, and the judge says, okay, even though both parties are contesting, I would admit this, but Lawyer Kusi, go through these processes and then bring me a new copy, right? And here it is an act of good faith. And if you know in court, good faith, it happens between all the parties. Say, okay, meiji document yatum, but in the next 5 days or next 4 days, bring me another copy of this. It happens in court. Let me read it to you.
Thank you, my brothers.
Let me read it to you. Let me read it to you.
Spare us that.
I don't know if it is not,
me read
it is
it to
not
you.
in the judgment, but I remember. Say judge no more some days.
Lady D says so didn't school. Miss Row.
Sir Crufinya Botre.
Me ana me go school. Enya me ba na me dey go school.
How? This objection had been raised during the hearing of the application for the interlocutory injunction on 28 October 2025. The court rejected. The court rejected.
Mr. Nice, why can't we drop this person? Why is he wasting our time?
I remember pastor where dear judge no more sometime say cover information be embeka certificate. No, I remember this into the man kind ebia na ho no kind we dey I remember.
Nice paragraph 88 to put my kind and answer open service man because this one I want us to look at the appeal. Nice. It's in paragraph 88. Judge no more time so from the 28th of October 2025.
I'll say the tendering of this marriage certificate was objected by the learned counsel for the defendant. For the defendant.
Baby daddy, I used to drop you to me drop you. Why?
When is drop me?
Oh, don't drop him. Don't drop him.
I'll drop him. In pet. I don't
because do that. He's wasting our time.
See call Obi platform so when you want the year no.
You guys to have your argument.
Mr. Nice, me person me can't send back, Mr.
Me too.
The lawyer said judge assumptions there, which I don't think they assumed anything. I think it was intentional.
Yeah, very intentional.
Can I also assume and say, sir, if they objected to something in court and the judge overruled that objection, but later on wrote and I said stood by that objection now we're overruling in his your friend is saying the Otron and in his final statement your friend is saying, oh, somebody should help me here.
Verdict.
In her verdict, thank you. If she overruled something but decided to write on that thing, can we assume saying she took sides?
Of course.
Or overruling a deal. Something was objected. Yeah. And she overruled it. And later on, she decided to write on it. Her verdict. Mr. Momayembobo.
Okay. All right. First of all, Motia DBS. Paragraph now, baby daddy. Now, you're dropping anyway, but I had some paragraph no one can pointing it out, clearly makes it doesn't make sense. On one team for them say and dropping and you're dropping a man. It doesn't make sense. So let's read paragraph 88.
When I request is a drop,
CEO say and dropping a man, dropping a man.
CEO or channel comment section one as I say.
Yeah. Also on dropping down, man, dropping a man.
I say 88 now. See me reading. I'm going to your kind. I say.
See you in trust and Mr. Nice, me sorry.
I call him Mr. Nice say me do.
Me pacho me drop near my dropping and yen koy anymore. Pacho bra penny, Mr. Yen dropping.
Me say me could your mommy read the name to now. 88 years and reading. I say the tendering of the marriage certificate was objected by the learned counsel for the defendant. The objection had been raised during the hearing of application in the interlocutory injunction on 28th of October 2025. The court rejected the documents and advise the counsel for the plaintiff to ensure that they comply with the requirement under the Evidence Act. It is therefore a surprise that the plaintiff did not comply with the requirement nearly a month later. Okay. Court to not say.
Mr. Nice one say I had no judge in the kind.
Court to not say he rejected the evidence. Remember, first, October case, which was the injunction na mame epeno, or rejected. Yeah. So there was 2 separate cases, which you really 2 in 1. Yeah. You really injunction need any and a bar marriage, legal marriage need right? But legal marriage need who accepted the same evidence now who reject it injunction. Does that make sense? Lady, what I didn't say? What do you mean?
But Mr. Nines, Mr. Mika be before audience, Matthias. Initial stage now. No, I am ready, say, obedi asem pepe. Inti a chire na asem common so dem no.
Yes.
And a man o change na adwene.
Yes.
If not, I think a beginning na nka why na adwene say nko be sabone na. And
Ko
reject it. Ko accept it. It you accept it because say ade no un pene so a ade na wo accept it. And this is emfaso na nkomo na mkodi ye emfaso bi amaso. Say na ye betena se ochena say na wonnim say certificate ni nye good and authentic. And na hia be ni hia say moko so di asem na say sika ne bre and di asem na na dwurum say o ya asem say me so ye mem ne den ni kwanhwani a o hwe Nyankopɔn kwan nti na nko di nyame ekwan so ye adwuma no e na akire yi enkomo ba so say oh ye betimi ye ba power ye betimi ayo Supreme Court judge ni sa na ma no na e ma na dwene sesan ye me de say na me mete ase okay me wie me ho no
okay
Mr. Nice man so men come there wa ha
it you
me patcho from the whole kind no me no cry to most of us we are buchi say me de paper e call quarter me duty as say ya 7 men is to provide the document. Not for me now what me abano said to provide say authentic and as authentic. So court need free say authentic. The court has to prove me wrong. Because people be at the court to be a wronger. What was the court in the time? What was the taxpayers' money?
Money.
Ain't you'll be jailed for it. Ain't other no fee say some no more can in your way. It's the duty of that country, no, to verify said you be buy no a right and that's a wrong. I'm talking out of emotion, but me near them because it has happened to me. I did not go to the extent of proving. Me the documents no coin me jane ho. They prove it for me to say it's right.
Your friend is a mad before I get you.
Mommy.
There be a ye drew her na ya beka kwem legal wise. Sure. See or say in this case, who say and no matter that mete lawyer Kusi inter be on here ye guy daddy ye no. See maame no or you suit some kind of technicalities no the real. And then yeah per se and it's on the normal basis. On the normal basis in the fan is side be it's maame no o stati near
mommy patrol train. I could see me patrol drop me never Bentley why.
Or yeah and yama be brave or the clauses be break be back case nim. And a BT a friend say one more and then the technicalities yeah tiande ye jina hana ye who say like fa but what is the final way now obeka no na Lawyer Kusi ka say of all these things that she said, no, the judgment, no, my was everything that said a proof near say when you say no. Lawyer Kusi mu ede enema like the final thing that could have settled this no was the letter from the embassy no. What you say? So I had to say, and na me person ka your friend say bempa etna ha na mu chichirem eyesa da bi omo ma yom say ya anti o masem na se o no yeti o masem na se o masem na omo kan yeti ase ai omo mu nim ade omo nti ase da bi omo ba so no mo beka o good start na baby that ye debate who said wa quarter trap nim no akem but the be you almost
Okay to my sister. So do you think say Mr. Bempa or baby daddy or nim the okanyina?
Onim the work out, but or that
me can the work no. Do you think say onim the work no?
Onimo onimpa na wahye da. It's a make say last time menene ya argument bi no waka. Enti who have to do on one one some obeka no man hu so obo enti fi na ko oba enti da bi oba me de sa asem na ne bon. What you say? Oka no de sa asem na bon all the time. Enti oba fe don't mean nka bi. Sana mpese ye omo enti omo ba wo dem omo nkwa wo so bia na waka na asem odu na wo de abono e ha na obeka say
no am ka to obeko ba bia koka because only dia oje omo ni bia omo
enti no mama na ye if me catch us last time obeka say your friend is saying oh na nya fit na if it was this platform and also bia no can say bebe that time they were debating about Lumber's estate being used to your friends leverage.
Okay, forget about these people. Let's focus on what you want to do. Or more argument.
Okay, so let me read the errors in the
errors. What do you read the errors? What do you read the errors in the start? Read
because unya me bese me drop you na and me come buntem na me come one you back up say coffee me so me say me buy no and chere me come boy na me pese me menya kwanya no under was why say they happy no oje me into no miss because you bet my drop me to say why so to make them do say because what are mommy
okay
Mr. Nice reading my
all right
particulars
of errors say for a brief moment of courtroom inspection, unchallenged evidence of Ms. Obi feedback. Unchallenged evidence of the court proceedings showed that no reasonable opportunity was given to the defendant to investigate the authenticity of the aforementioned exhibit due to the court's haste to meet a trial timeline. That's A. B. Questionably, the court, having deprived the defendant reasonable opportunity to investigate the authenticity of the said exhibits, fatally endorsed and overly relied on the erroneous argument by counsel for the defendant, thereby resulting in erroneous conclusion by the court. C. That if reasonable opportunity had given to the parties to investigate the authenticity of the said exhibits, the trial court would have ordered the said exhibit to be treated presumptively authentic and would not have come to an erroneous conclusion and finding it arrived at okay.
Mr. Nice, the one kind of defendant. I don't know if this defendant in question the other defendant.
No, the defendant is Odoboni's lawyers.
Okay, so in this case, the women person on training say, more objected to certificates, no, they were not subjected to. I mean, to explain. Let me say explain why. More objected to. And I just no person trade.
No, Mami read him out.
Go over again. Let's see.
Mami read him out.
Let's understand.
Okay, you read point by point. As I save a brief moment of the courtroom inspection, unchallenged evidence of the court proceedings showed that no reasonable opportunity was given to the defendants to investigate the authenticity of the aforementioned exhibit due to the court's haste to meet trial timeline. That's the first one. So we bet me actually. So
I think that what they are trying to say that
confused
that mechanized. I think that what they are trying to say that as a course no even though Odobroni Crawford no objected no, they were never challenged, and also no omona ehona omo this whoever opposed, whoever alleges the omo kind of saying
must prove
no ehona sa statements na yeah
edwuma what's certificate
okay the chairman they said we think okay omo ka say mo na mo oppose ye no kwa no na wo say nka ye mamomre na nka mo na mo sie say ye certificate no enye authentic enye ye be mamomre na mo nkonko hwehwem na mo be che ye die nti a mo say ye certificate no enye authentic, but they feel like all those things were never challenged, and also omo oppose ye no omo. And it goes back to omo opposing yana as a judge, no, a man. She made things American university. She made things slide. That's how we are seeing it.
Okay, okay. Te obeso bemo 1 minute, bemo 1 minute. Na yeah, go ahead.
This many questions, but Hano, this is where I come in there. So if I really wanna pull you down and take you down now, what is certificate about? I've objected it. I will prove say wrong. It white statement ne was a verdict no. They will not investigate. They should have done that. Because who's not in
one judge, don't say evidence act,
it's not the judge in here. It's the opponent.
Judge, you know, or train, judge nature judgment, or who mama to straight first and second.
Yes.
Third one consider. And one of the arguments on when they say, or more objective, the other defense counsel no objective to document. But obi raise objection, it's up to the or sustain your objection. You have to maybe discredit that particular evidence now when they're about court. Was there an instance like that in court?
No, but afterwards, you can raise an allegation. Now be holding on because some me no was na me no court issues court me no asama I can hide in komo yo. Me person me bring you down to me challenge you. It me challenge you no.
You are saying the same thing. What I'm saying is the same thing you are saying, but in a different form.
Yes. I'll make sure that I pull you down. And you're judging the issue it's the other opponent they didn't challenge it.
So what Mr. Nice read is what the new lawyer for Mama Akosua Serwaa amendment appeal amendment and on always this point say even though yeah authenticated document but corroborative evidence shows say there indeed there is a marriage between the two. Now the certificate number authenticated here, but my other side a chance to discredit that document. Was that an instance in the court? It suddenly happened in court so you have more opportunity to discredit that particular document now. Lawyer for the plaintiff lawyer will be so like find the need to authenticate the document.
Okay, I can see. So when it's a country I'm living in and you living on, no. So if this happens in our country, because straight away, may the fake marriage certificate the court a sham marriage, I can be down in prison for 10 years.
All right.
Mommy, please, can I say something?
No, me pa choma me ni question you ha.
Judge
one question.
Marriage certificate people what they are saying, we need to clarify it to them for them to get the understanding.
I get the point, but that was not from the court. That is those on the streets.
Mr. Nice,
let's make this argument about let's peruse the document. I'm not here for more discussion. We are more platform, and it's up to them. Me, I don't care about what they do in their platform. Then your opportunity, we are going to dissect it. What I say, you do big, and in the account, we are making our own.
Never stated said the marriage certificate is fake.
No.
I don't want us to be using that word as if it happened in the courtroom. Okay. That did not happen. Okay. Judge, was saying, or more time, they should bring more evidence, and that's what.
One more evidence.
She told Mama do before.
Even Lawyer Kusi himself said it.
Mama do before. Oh, you are not dragging it back.
I'm embassy. Uncle authenticated this. Or embassy, or free embassy, German embassy. Almost say they don't have the capacity.
But Mama,
so it was upon the judge to do that research.
Yeah, long process, no.
Unim bibi, Lady G, judge no nefi. Unim bibi. Ghana justice system no. Adversaria and inquisitoria. Adversaria, I say. So adversaria, all the watching, Nipa Minu never court. Now we are can ask him. Now we are can ask him. Judge Niti, there be am running that, no, they are to. Other jurisdictions, court Nankasa investigation, no more arrival at a decision. What I say. But in this case, the document about court. The document in the court, the other defense side, or more objective to document, and a judge, allow document, to go through. Man, go through, yeah. Okay, now, burden of proof now, also prove, say, indeed, document now, allow to, who person would discredit, who person would say, authentic, and also say, I didn't hear authentic.
Somebody what I mean. The person is landing.
You are not like you are not a defense at the same time, like a judge.
Mami boss our platform we were YouTube ambassador Amsterdam TV. We found live, so you are live on YouTube. So be anchor subscribe to our channel.
I'm reading twice.
So we need time man no we see
from but then you cannot keep interjecting. You can't see baby or say we have to.
That is what I don't understand. People should learn to keep mute. No reading na bibia na nyina ya enti na moko different platform say omo ye jandam no because you won't see people coming. Enti Miss Arroy, just read it for us.
Yeah. So all right, Lady G, let me continue. So B or C, questionably, the court having deprived the defendant reasonable opportunity to investigate the authenticity of the exhibits, fatally endorsed and overruled, relied on enormous argument by the counsels for the defendants, thereby resulting in erroneous conclusion by the courts. That is B. C, that if reasonable opportunity had been given to the parties to investigate the authenticity of the said exhibit, the trial court would have ordered the said exhibit to be treated presumptively authentic and would not have come to the erroneous conclusion by finding it arrived at. That is C. Semin fancy on na mumbe pape mo na se mu okay so na mento aso.
Yeah, oh comment or say you Mr. Nice reading.
Oh, David, the reading and one me any comment or.
Okay. All right. Number 4. Or say the learned judge misdirected herself in law by treating the plaintiff inability to authenticate her German marriage certificate as a choice within her control. But I want to say a clear mamo. Okay, let's just say a clear. All right. Particulars of misdirection. The court directed plaintiff counsel to have the said German certificate to be authenticated without giving reasonable time for Ghana embassy in Germany to execute the certification of genuinity of the signature on the said certificate. B. Hence, by so doing, the court expected counsels for the plaintiff to compel the German embassy in Germany to expedite its own administrative bureaucracy proceeding in the authentication process outlined under Section 161 of the Evidence Decree in 1975, the NRCD. Or say, be no me pese me am chire motwe ho de me tiase otwi ye pa. Or say, court no afei pese o chire plaintiff ni lawyers ne say mo Ghana embassy na ewo. Plaintiff ni lawyers ne say mo Ghana embassy na ewo. Lawyers ne say mo Ghana embassy na ewo. Lawyers ne say
Give me a feedback big time.
No. Okay. Also,
bread.
Also, na ko obeso o she Lawyer Kusi say Lawyer Kusi nko kire Ghana embassy for how also musi yo madwuma. O say me dia de na ba ye ntentem na sa fa breme. Wa bra Ghana embassy na wo Germany no more administrative and how they do their things no. Court no pese lawyers in the ko kire how also mo yo madwuma. Sa na mo pese mo kire wo ho. Also see that a fair-minded court, upon issuing such directive under Section 161 of the Evidence Decree 1975, would have ordinarily waited for the said authentication signatures to the marriage certificate to be ready amidst the court's attention drawn to the hardship in the authentication process by the counsel for the plaintiff. That is C. By so doing, a fair-minded court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify the authenticity of the marriage certificate by calling its own expert witness to assist her before racing to give judgment whilst the very document certified certificate is demanded was not ready. Or say, it do that time no. Court or your fair-minded court no would have called an expert because say time frame na ye diama plaintiff no say unfound authenticated document no. Say na court no epese or ye fair to judgment na say plaintiff ni defendant ni nyina na. The court could have called an expert. Obi no onim ho nimdie no. Na ka court no betimi aye investigation ama obi ababa be chirem. Ama ye hu say ade we no eye no kro na say enye no kre. And I mentioned say court no or clerk. Clerk betimi akọ internet say Google say German certificate say in city here. Eye na your two signatures also. You will say also. Saying those kind of things, you know, the court could have done that.
That's some me can ya o se Ghana court ye di and no na kolendi for ken.
Enti
Mr. Nice, Mr. Family and told you, so they may kind no months me that. So I'll be so the issue baby okay. Because and young men na me did me document aban. Me also me prove say wrong and I correct. A court no. And I said Krobia also be no.
That's
so
not true.
Nanya writer. The only person that can order embassy wokronesono a court.
Is a court.
Ghana man. What is not true?
Me pacho Mr. Nice. My main person we were ha. Na ye bisa say what is the burden on the court? No. Court no. Can say any true. The complaint was coming from your friend is saying defendants no.
We are not saying it's true or not. We are not saying it's true or not.
It's in a first adena no can say burden of proof no then lies on your friend is saying defendants because when I made them adiaba. Me say where your set original. What's say any original? So you come and show me how the original.
Why any original?
And why this is not original? And no more person or more say. Omo post, omo decide, omo object you know. The council, a friend say, carry. A friend say, judge no, one question omo feda. Omo breka say enye papa nti, like it is not original nti no ano no. And I say enye correct nti no ano no. But me one occasion say sanko push omo feda. And you bet me who say, right, they say a authentic, a friend say original certificate. Because they would have just omo be kwa search. A bit as a lawyer, omo ka say omo ka so omo for original one number. And a lawyer Kusi for original one number. The one next one or the buyer no come still. It is not that. It is or the about some about 4 certificates in the court. It's now conclude say. Now I saw my way muna. Almost sit the omo baby anya no. Omo ko fa the omo no ehunu say ye neba. Oh no. Because it was about 3 of them they produced. The extract, the family book, no extract, if family book, no must that be. So go and bring this one. And almost what could be say. Lawyer Kusi can say your original one. Then whatever they brought, no, the lawyer felt say it's not it's the same as the mother buyer. No. Meanwhile, me say no your original. It is a one say your original there. The picture there your original. No. Come and prove it. It's a same thing no. And then I'm able to do high.
Yes, Mami's me encounter no waha. Or say it's not about the court. Maybe the me people ba. Who say you're correct. It's not about me to prove saying you're correct. Mimi, I believe is the correct one. She's getting emotional panting. No, who court has to crobia so no court power over even police. It's court now was about authorizing.
I think that more shifted to what I read.
There were no canon, Miss May counter the all canon.
Oh, yeah, forget. Let me read it to you guys again.
Mr. Nice. Ghana man.
Okay, no refer to Nkofono. Oh no, judge no.
The court has to prove it by bringing the authorities. No, baby, I mean,
it's not judge.
Okay. Ghana man. Mr. Nice me bow. Ghana man. Na o can see me. Pacho Bremna. Who the other watch.
The statement not making an answer. It's like no, it says when someone presented an evidence to court, it's rely on the judge. It's rely on the judge to prove otherwise. Not make us correct. That's what based on.
Doesn't rely on the judge.
What is the right thing that's supposed to be done?
Proof of evidence rely on the plaintiff.
Huh?
And then plaintiff now presenting.
No,
plaintiff present evidence.
The plaintiff presented the evidence.
No. That's not the statement you're making. The statement was evidence lies on the judge to prove plaintiff. When the plaintiff said burden of proof no one also. No, the judge rather. That's what I was trying to say.
Nipana or the plaintiff no the evidence na bano. Or the other judge no. Is it not on the defense so be dispute hard documents no the abano? Forget about the judge. Is it not on the defense counsel? So nobody dispute side document.
And that's another statement I want to make. I make question a different statement you make here. What you're saying is true. Is this proof evidence will be there, but it's rely on the defendant. I agree with you, but that's not the statement you make here. Let me try to come in.
Why statement now come and say me?
Just one of the days were.
I
think say you sue court no like
anyways let's proceed.
Okay.
No, it doesn't lie on the state. It lies on the plaintiff. And also lies on the defendant.
1 minute to read something.
Okay. Yeah.
Baby will almost say the learned trial judge erred in finding to hold that once exhibit B, B1, and C were admitted after being objected to, the appellant no longer bore any burden of proof of authenticity.
Yes.
This is the document number. Not just what you have tomorrow.
Pacho, mo read aside. My own can nasem. Pacho.
Pacho, what am I saying? Me read it from the
Meka too much. Hey, I'm team leader former. Hey.
when then.
Sir, asɛm da hɔ ba wo pɛ sɛ bɛka
Any a
deɛ da
whole
hɔ
I
yi.
didn't change.
Mama name making a point, Mister.
Nti B1 and C na marriage certificate no. I'm not judge ni G2 ma pe no. The burden of proof na essential shifted. But the joint or G2 no still now or the burden of proof no eto ma me Akosua Serwaa so. Nti these are some of the things that omoka. Nti Mr. Nice betimi ato aso ready why.
Okay. Do that. Me ready sa particular part na me ready this year ni ebiem. Again, by so doing, a fair-minded court, the key word, court, would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify the authenticity of the marriage certificate by calling its own expert witness to assist her before forcing to give judgment whilst the very document, i.e., certified certificate, is demanded was not ready.
Mr. Nice, are you reading the amended notice now? That's already
Yes.
like Lawyer Kusi's because
No. Amended, affidavit. No.
Because they already know. That's how Lawyer Kusi crafted this notice. In this, no now, like check me. Maybe I already.
What they have done, they say, Omo use Lawyer Kusi there now, but Oma amended the Enyema for Friday.
Because now words, very strong. What you say, and I also repeat this same words, I don't know.
No. I mean, read this paragraph. It's necessary. I repeat I just repeated that same paragraph.
All right.
But yeah, I amended it. It's probably the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll say, if you want to know about I'll say that the learned judge unduly hasted to give judgment by refusing to accommodate or even meaningfully inquire into the process, i.e., direction for certification. She had set in motion under Section 161 of the Evidence Act, NRC, blah, 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 blah. F. The misdirection infected the entire proceeding, rendering the entire judgment as having sacrificed procedural fairness for the hasty record time judgment and violating orders made therein. Okay, 5. The court erred when it held that a new and a law firm clerk was not fit to answer an interrogatory.
Mr. Nice, this one I will object to you. See, document now Okutano, mewo. They already know Lawyer Kusi no. Go down, ube who Lawyer Steven the and they call a honen need a different wording than they already know. What I say?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go down. You will see the amended one or down.
Okay.
You got the Lawyer Kusi tray, we are judge now tonight, I say it's like did the judge nothing. What I say it's like open source say judge and yet
the court made a fatal and wrongful deduction from the explanation plaintiff counsel rendered between the original marriage certificate. Which one is which? I know the any read anyway.
Maybe.
Apart from election petition, case be anywhere, to me, I just Ghana for adwin. I say, assembly. Apart from election petition, this is the most second watched case in Ghana.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Look, Mr. Nice, document and also, yeah, so, proposed amended notice of appeal. A honor document in free. Like a honor.
Propose. And the baby daddy, mama wrong one. I call her 4 kilos.
I knew say because that's not a new notice and then amended notice na no. Yeah, I think say obetimi the man na mamia. Why? Me phone na am there.
Yeah, how they read mine? Na me come say me drive quick.
Na me bro for the new, me reading.
Yeah, read. That's what read ability I read. Read na me now quick. Read mine. Baby daddy, where your phone to the
or the lawyer Kusi the no argument. Only the lawyer Stephen amendment. No, he doesn't have it either or no diabolic no the way na or there. I don't know.
Okay, so your proposed amended notice of appeal.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, grounds of appeal. I'll say the learned trial judge erred in law when she held that the plaintiff or appellant failed to prove the existence of a valid monogamous civil marriage contracted in Germany between the plaintiff and the deceased, Charles Kojufosu. No about particulars of error. The learned trial judge conflated proof of foreign law with proof of fact of the ordinance marriage contracted in Germany. B. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that the evidence led by the plaintiff, including evidence of cohabitation, public representation of the deceased, eyewitness testimony, photographic evidence, issues of the union, documentary evidence tendered by the plaintiff, and the embassy correspondent from the German embassy in Ghana, substantially corroborated the existence of the said ordinance marriage. Now, Mr. Ryan, the same thing I read here, and way different.
Different from the because where they now or reading and who say yes, our document no.
Okay, any questions? I'm reading and watch I say why.
Anyways, okay.
If you have anything, okay. See, the learned trial judge misdirected herself by treating alleged deficiencies in the authentication of foreign marriage document as conclusive proof of the non-existence of the marriage itself.
Obeso say judge no a mistake. So one or then I dream to so say I was a chinchina for authentication process mu. Now there is no civil marriage between them.
Okay.
That's the whole summary of the whole kind of. Obeso say no ohodi authentication process no with high value. What I say? That's the import of what.
Question to say asset without authentication. Now I read.
Yes, Ohodina as the only way obetimi they proven a civil marriage, you know. What I say, Abrana evidence about say like the other corroborative evidence are HSA. Indeed, there is an ordinance marriage between the two, the deceased and the plaintiff. What I say?
Yes. Okay. D. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that the plaintiff or appellant bore a burden to prove her ordinance marriage on a preponderance of probability, which said burden was met by the overwhelming evidence on record.
No so person say plaintiff which is Mama Akosua Serwaa. Even though one authentication, but evidence will show chair court it was so overwhelming that preponderance or preponderance of probability. HSA more likely than not, like 50%, more than 50%, or proven say indeed or civil marriage between like only deceased no. But judge I'm fine on juma. One fan alcohol. Only the judge need the call authentication process and so.
Thank you, Kusi.
Okay. May court 2. Also, the learned trial judge erred in law in her interpretation and application of sections 136 and 161 of the Evidence Act regarding authentication of foreign documents.
Okay, read the honey be man should get it.
Okay, the learned trial judge erred in law in her interpretation and application of sections 136 and 161 of the Evidence Act regarding authentication of foreign documents.
Okay, I have no so say her leadership during that while Emrano one soon ye there are no osi mrana seno. Section 1 is it 136, right?
136 and 161.
136 and 161 no. The way a manager so we at ewa dansidie mu no adansidie o di adansi o court a judge no
Mamimbo or say sa 161 one in our can a one and no jina like or come on say once a short sentence a can a you know your kind previously no or during that the original authentication and certificate authentication on 161 one in she didn't like almost can't see next one so said there was another one but on the no original baby original na certification na no see who here no.
And I think say oba a na e be support the Ekura kai no say
exactly or case asem so
Ekura what document no
there be me follow the orca no
okay
once who follow
I think say
or case
asem send the one because let me
okay Akosi me to aso a no particulars of error no a na managing hopa say the learned trial judge wrongly treated section 161 of NRCD 232 as imposing a mandatory and exclusive condition precedent to the admissibility of foreign documents and their probative value.
Or Patrick say, Oshasa one ARGH status in a number if you made
section 161.
Osha section 161 now the way I judge during the call about with Assembly or treaty section 161 now and quant to say out of Emrami and Sano. I think say it was me and son, right?
Yes,
out of me and Sano sections me and Sano. First one no one and they the most important and there was a tackle with Abranco bit me tackle with other ones. That's what they are trying to say.
To add to what you are saying, you know, we say 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 near straight, and a 3 and a Lawyer Kusi and my leeway and say so even come with the document bar now both parties any chance to access the document. The court may, for a good cause shown, admit the evidence. What you say? By the document making it say a 2 straight or you see 1 and 2 no or forget it 3 no. So what you say?
Yes, a brand so the document a lot of evidences are not a team in Casa leeway no they were supposed to have it.
Abra on one casa or admit say even getting authenticating those documents no Herculean or not admitting in the document or Jitum.
And Usha Lawyer Kusi video na Ekura say mbo hana Lawyer Kusi admitted say Osupina obi from the German embassy is on fire. So what you say hona Emamu say Charlie me tell me who say kra me ameti hano because what me Supina obi from the German embassy. Now judge no so can say this is why you should have brought an expert witness. Meanwhile Lawyer Kusi is admitting say almost Supina obi no ama.
No, that was not so. After subpoena, the judge herself said, "What dear same war is it for you or something like that?" Was subpoena mama. So I think it's based on that now.
Please, have you listened to Lawyer Kusi's interview? That Kusi admitted almost subpoena obi, and it's on record. I'm not saying
he also, I'm not saying you are not. What you're saying is not true. I'm adding to what you're saying. He went further to say, the judge herself said, "Oh dear, yes,
but it was the judge who said it was not necessary. It was the judge.
That's what I'm trying to add. It's the same Lawyer Kusi who said that. So I'm adding into
Okay, Ghana Mama. Let me continue to read. Also, see, no, the learned trial judge erred in treating the absence of certification by the. Okay, Matua, friend Pachomatima, I mean, really see, no. The learned trial judge erred in treating the absence of certification by the Ghana embassy in Germany as conclusively fatal to the plaintiff appellant case, notwithstanding the substantial collaborative evidence on record.
Repeat your me why.
Okay, I said the learned trial judge erred in treating the absence of certification by the Ghana embassy in Germany as conclusively fatal to the plaintiff appellant case, notwithstanding the substantial collaborative evidence on record.
Or say, because to say, court now what Germany no, I'm say court because to say, your friend is saying embassy now what Germany no, and to me are authenticated certificates now mama me no, and inti, judge no Emma ni looky to say sad na court na embassy na no was so I said. na ehu biama and otim and she went and so otimi bo evidences na omo de baaye no oboni nyina tuguye ema ogina saa ade ne nko aso pote no ka say certificate no on jintum. That's what they are trying to say.
And see, more or less like even as such authenticating the marriage certificate, there were other evidence.
Other evidences are
yes. To code now. The trial.
Sorry, Dave.
Okay. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that Section 136 of NRCD permit authentication by evidence or any sufficient showing capable of supporting a finding of authenticity, which was not limited to proof of certification under Section 161. They are repeating the same narrative.
I think so. ARGH. I think so. Omanga they were stressing on 3 sections. No, the way Amameno decided to choose. Once I would tell Lawyer Kusi interview now, say the judge, the assembly said the judge, I will know our conclusion or pen or trust. The woman she chose what she wanted to choose. Yeah.
She picked and choose what she wanted to put in there.
She picked and choose what she wanted to put in there.
Okay. See, the learned trial judge erred in failing to consider the totality of the corroborative evidence supporting the authenticity of Exhibit B, B1, and C before rejecting same.
Hey, section 2 Exhibit B1 and C now. Ultimo say evidence is our mode by no. Nanka a hokra no sa exhibits B1 and Exhibit 2 B1 and C no na evidence is no de buy no kra na e hokra no na e qualifier anka betimi atrese nka obeji certificate na tum but still na she obunani gu so. Yeah, that's what they are trying to do.
We are very, very good translator.
Me that's it.
Something obeso ani me twempra no.
Me dey ment as you. Enko number 3 no. Number 3 no say the learned trial judge erred in law when she failed to hold Exhibit B. Exhibit B, B1 and C to be presumptively authentic, despite the respondent having had reasonable opportunity and time to investigate the authenticity of the said document. So until I basically section 3 this will subsection 3 no.
Yep. Small.
Until point 3 no ankasa no. Unse emran ankasa no yawo 1 2 evidence at section 161 subsection 1 2 and 3 no 3 no there you see so in pakon the document backward. Now both parties omanya fair chance to evaluate the authenticity of the document. Now say the other document by we for the straight 1 and 2 now. The court may for a good cause shown admit the document and decide the way to put on. International judge all the right and power say obetumaje mami Akosua Serwaa my certificate tum under the subsection 3 no the judgment by judge during that refuse it. One but 3 so crowd could judgment na baby or cite only 1 and 2 ni pen no jai 3 no. As to why 1 for 3 number there on pen him.
And also the way almost phrase asem no a chest to say enka during that so betimi the omo allege say fake no na nka obetimi so de omo chance omo so akwa hwehwem na omo so aba na omo aba be ka say omo hwehwem no did it go like the same way omo buy and is it true say bia certificate na ye authentic and na say enye authentic na nkomo oma based on that no edia judge the third one no subsect 161.3 161.3 nenka judge dan so betimi asa ye sade no so but no ni na echi no ka wanye. No, there was no fake mention. Wait, me and me chechem na say I was short of words.
All right, thank you. Because I just wanted us to get it clear. I just want to make it clear so that we don't keep saying fake when no fake.
Oh, Fred, mo fan chame. I was somebody this academic law school. I was lost of terminology.
Yeah, I get it.
Until yeah, particulars of error na card a kura case here. No say, the learned trial judge failed to appreciate that the respondent, having had reasonable time to investigate the authenticity of exhibit B, B1 and C, she was clothed with a statutory discretion under section 161 subsection 3 to admit the said exhibit as presumptively authentic.
I just said the same thing now Okano say
Yes.
Or when you so be a senka or jitum say certificate near authentic.
Yes, because I mean all the marriage certificate, both parties any time to analyze it or to say whatever they wanted to say. So it was up to the judge because subsection 3 no Emma Quine say judge no betimi agiatum. That's why say entimi ankofa and they say one fan the quine so faso. It's not, you are not strictly obligated to do that because a man in himself betimi do baby who person fan say who person fan quine way so but due to certain circumstances no ntimi and it's a man ma judge no quine so betimi agi document na tum. So what you say, man, you're too straight. Like how I just joined the applying, it's not too straight. Until let's move on to the B. The learned trial judge failing to.
Can I make a quick?
Yeah, you can say something.
Okay, thank you. I've read the whole application they've put in, and what I want to bring our minds to. And it's this application they've put in strictly deals with the judge and not anything else. And he said, Nema Wakan so far, they are doing follow up. It's the errors that this judge committed is what is highlighted in this appeal. And that's exactly the point. Okay? Because the judge had made her mind up. And what you just read, it's saying, a case like this should not have been rushed if you wanted more evidence. Okay. Earlier on, there was a lady who was saying, the objection. There's two things that happen. I think I'm waiting for you to get a meme, so I kind of that. Where he's saying, when the documentation was submitted and the defendant raised an objection, that objection was overruled by no judge. Okay, and admitted it, and that was the exhibit B, B1, and the C described in the document now. It was admitted into the court as evidence. Into once a judge in G2, it meant that the judge in his case, the 17th of November, was when that took place. Only for you to come back on your own without any appeal to come and say, that which you, the judge, admitted into evidence, you have now rejected it. That is the whole point where she erred in law. I just want
to say. And also to add, I confirm my argument. I need to for now. I will not even waste my time on them. Because I confirm.
I told you some no money argument.
I will not waste my time on them again. No, to be honest, because I will never, because I deal with Oma confirming Asama Maka on so many occasions. We read B, no say the learned trial judge erred in failing to exercise the discretion conferred under section 161 subsection 3 of NRCD 323, despite acknowledging the practical difficulties associated with authentication of foreign document. So what you say? Omo unim said omo explaining subsection 3. Omo saying all the document ba na so opposing party no one can be anfa document ne ho a eno na judge no beti ma agiatum na so omo raise bibi dia judge no timi jintum. Look at this. Meanwhile no that's the argument they always make. Meanwhile no 3 no give the judge the discretion. So what you say, regardless of oppose or not, or no judge no power to admit it. But Judge Donda refuse. Number 3,
the burden of proof no is shifty for them to discredit certificate. No.
One more, yes, I don't know.
One more man, yeah.
Yes. I'm
so about German, train some of the
Mr. Nice, me sponsorship I call Harvard.
Only problem.
Now student loan or also sponsorship. Yanko number 4.4 no.
I did not come to it. Not make it pro bono. What's it?
0.4 no. You see, the court erred when it held that foreign law as a question of fact can only be proved by calling an expert witness. Wow.
And we should take note to say we notice no, but we written submissions beba legal argument to be made.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
We just preliminary like notice somebody to court or more capacity to go to appeal in the area. So court no be granted an amendment na near to us. Yeah, bit Marco.
Okay. Yeah.
But the court can
Fred, network no
cannot refuse this. This is your grounds would always go through, because this is what you are going to argue based on. And you see, Court of Appeal does not work like the regular court. You submit, and then if the defense has anything, they do a submission and they read through and then support the law with all the laws that you have cited. And based on that, they give their decision. They've done a brilliant job.
And so based on what you say, defense Ben Baby defense, is it the judge or the defense? Because whatever thing that was put out there was not about it, was about the judge.
There are 3 judges who are going to sit on this case. And
Fred, network
Fred, oh yeah, somebody, oh yeah.
Yeah, the judge,
you keep cutting in and out.
Okay, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying that in the appeals court, arguments are not done verbally. Everything is put on paper just like what they have.
Yes.
And then the judges will read both the... Oh, you still can't hear me?
We can hear you. Go on. You keep cutting out though, but go on.
Okay, sorry. So once this is done, they read through the complainants and then the defendants, and once they finish reading, they make their judgment. So it's a straightforward thing. There is no argument unless they need a clarification. Then they will ask a simple question.
And I
then someone will clarify, but they don't go
do it. They will not even go to the court today because someone said automatically the grounds of appeal will be accepted.
Yeah, go ahead.
Appeal has not been accepted yet.
And then
no more. They are going to the night. What's the timing? By now, I think they should be done with it.
Okay, so make up 5 and so. The Leonard Tri-Court judge erred when she held that the marriage certificate exhibit B, B1 and C were not admissible per se. No particulars of error. The Leonard Tri-Judge erred in law when she rejected exhibit B, B1 and C in her judgment, despite having earlier on admitted same into evidence at the beginning of the trial, when she said exhibits were offered in evidence. And then Fred can, you know.
Yeah.
Echo B. The Leonard Tri-Judge rejection of exhibit B, B1 and C in her judgment, when same had been previously admitted into evidence after overruling the respondent objection to their authenticity and admissibility, amounted to an exercise of a review jurisdiction over its previous decision, which jurisdiction the court lacked.
Earlier, court no edge documents need to, even though objection by it is oba no by catch a document in your authentic. It means that we're reviewing the decision. Review of decision, no court needs our power. No high court need power. Say obey make a decision or review. No it can only be brought by obetimi they call appeal. Now appeal review side decision. No. And no, I was either party near the beko normal review decision. No. But no ankasa the nipe make ruling na no asabe review no in the subsequent proceedings. And they say we me na me kan me into we that one no and lawyers ni raise concern say no like one consider running ye we're exceeding the powers. What I say?
Yeah, Matuase. C. The learned trial judge acted in excess of her original jurisdiction when having admitted exhibit B, B1 and C in her ruling of 17 November 2025, she nonetheless overturned her own previous decision. You see,
me jumping ahead of you.
Judge during that almost cynical so send Ben Crane. Yanko Dino. D. The learned trial judge descended into the arena of litigation when, in her final judgment, she suo revisited her ruling of 17 November 2025, by which she had earlier admitted exhibit B, B1, and C into evidence and advanced the case of the respondent who had filed no appeal or protest to challenge the said ruling of 17 November 2025.
Yeah, I think say asem me kind earlier no. Mem say no say can come me no. I can't find. Ni na to aso sa nti o making ruling. Now without any reasonable cause bia say either a party back de yaba say bia or kwa appeal and say ono ankasa review decision na ono make here no. In the subsequent proceedings no. Hono na already lawyers ni register point no.
I shall maintain see. Maintain honor see.
Okay, so what decision was taken on the 17th? What decision
17 or admitted document or admitted document, even though there is an objection. What I say? Into all admitted documents now.
Okay.
About into the court records as evidence and an exhibit. What
right.
Into all sabit now document cannot be authentic. It's like one can say admit into the record because court it doesn't take forgery documents into its records. What I say?
Right.
It is who can't anything different than like you are doubting the credibility of the document without parties not involved. A moment raise concern with the document. It means a well review decision. What you to in a way what you to and I was answer better than one. What I say?
Okay.
Why
Ghana.
Okay.
Question is, can a court admit an evidence and later say it's like credibility? Is it within the law?
Enona Ubeka say conditional. What you say? Conditional.
Is it within the law in the first place?
What say?
Is it within the law in the first place?
It's within the law, but then it should be clearly stated. What you say? So what's counsel for plaintiff all tender documents. Or aware said this document is being admitted on condition that this thing would have been done. What you say in future? What you say?
So the other person say if a court do a funding, now because evidence lack credibility, that should we also based on that say or review on one kasa admissible? And I said later no admin say it's not credible, in which what can say ubitima is
no rephrase your response.
No, I understand his question. Let me help you. You see, a court cannot review itself without an appeal. A court cannot, once you make a decision, the decision you've made is binding. And that is what we have shown, that she changed her mind, because before a court will change its mind, it has to be objected to by either the plaintiff or defendant, which in this case, nothing of that sort happened. So November 17, he makes a decision which is a ruling. Now, anytime you object something and the judge overrules, it goes into records to say that a ruling has been given. That's why the word overruled. So it's not just verbal. And based on that, you cannot change that ruling without somebody appealing against that ruling. And that's exactly what she did. That's why she erred. Thank you.
My memory sets me right. A follow-up question. If my memory sets me right, if Tamaye can court verdict in the
Sorry, typical example, your friend, the injunction case, what the judge did, not any ultimate yes, sir. Yeah, class of.
ruling now or making ruling no more call ya or sa a change it. You can.
Akwasi media me said me reading no. The ever me trim, I don't know sir whether someone was trying to protect someone in order for not the burden of proof to be shifted to them, because I don't understand how a judge would admit it, then later come back with a different thing together, because like I said, the burden of proof, okay, say to me shifted, but no matter what, the burden still continue to be with Mami Akosua Serwaa. So what you
And
say?
then she provided like 2 more documents.
Yeah. Into them, I mean, call reading so. I think say they be a banny any say a papa. What you say? We say and strictly team legal wife for no, and the opposing party now who tia na wan kasa were call akuma me show, but don't mean kasa. Yanko point says no. The learned trial judge Ed, when after admitting exhibit B1 and C into evidence, she still put the onus of proof of the authenticity of the said German marriage document on the appellant. I think that this is self-explanatory. Unless Ekura, you want to say something. We need to shake particulars of error.
No.
Hey,
Ekura, for email no send me inbox na me send the document in my way.
Okay. Hey, the learned trial judge failed to appreciate the distinction between legal burden and evidential burden. Fred, you better explaining the difference, and as I say, if Obi were any idea. The distinction between legal burden and evidential burden. So,
Okay. Yeah. Legal burden, it's burdens that are scripted into law. So that's the law, just like they've cited the laws. That's legal burden. Now, evidential is what you produce in your evidence. It's 2 different things. So what you produce, for instance, marriage pictures, once it's admitted, it's evidential, but it's not written anywhere in the law that says that when you come to court, bring pictures. So that's the difference. So evidential is what you have as evidence. And then the legal ones are the things that are written that needs to be followed. So that's the difference between the 2. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Fred Yamishrao. Yanko being so, Hano be carefully, the learned trial judge erred in failing to hold that once exhibit B1 and C were admitted after being objected to, the appellant no longer bore any burden of proof of authenticity. Fred Morgan, I bet my breaking a hammer now.
Exactly. Once exhibit B1 and C was admitted, let's just say the plaintiff na yenejuma. Oba court say obesiki for you to say ono legally married wife. And na ode this evidence aba. Until once the evidence was accepted, no, on where we need it. And then I want to prove marriage certificate. Wait, and these were the 3 things that was admitted. Into so try judge, would to as evidence there. Then on where we, if somebody and I think Ahmed before was saying in the very beginning of this argument There's no longer, as a police, you were driving a police in the general so no de what we saw driver's license and insurance. Once you produce Nassau Gia on echo authenticated. I say what driver's license and insurance now would the amount if it is right or wrong or everything is correct. And so at the point, Professor Kanwaka, now it is not on you because for these things you've provided them. So the burden is no longer on you. The burden is on Noah Waje Adieno. Thank you.
Fred, we are very, very intelligent. As some now can they always explain you no the basi until they will be antenna. Na mo hwe no mon share na mon tap na mon che host na there. What is mon che host na there because platform we a big platform for education. To mon cha there so what you say. Aha when you brave bro we fat. How we deal with fat. Inti see no the learned trial judge failed to appreciate that. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that once evidence establishing the probable existence of the marriage had been adduced and admitted into evidence, the evidential burden shifted to the respondent. Mr. Fred,
so that is what I explained earlier on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
shifted. You don't come to the complainant and say, "So prove that this is your driver's license." You want a driver's license? I've given it to you. Say driver's license you now but you don't come back with the driver's license and says prove said this driver's license is genuine. No. That's it.
Exactly. Unim. But like who read the judgment? There are certain things and they're funny. During that one point, Etro said, although Bruni lawyers need resist something about the font size of the marriage. This when you know a petty. Like Charlie, and you might super Yanko D well. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that the respondent failed to produce evidence disproving the existence of the marriage or establishing forgery or fabrication of exhibit B, B1 and C. So what you say? Dr. Fred,
yeah, basically, so it's the same thing. It's like once the exhibit was admitted, there was no challenge that disputed what was admitted. So she only relied on procedure, but nobody was able to disprove what was submitted. That is the point that the lawyer is saying here.
Okay, I'm just confused here. The thing is this: accepted when they produced, all this, they tender in all this evidence and sana, I think the proceedings now started, and so when we tender it in, no, say it should be on one. You say it and reject it, and sana the best starting proceedings. Is that what they are trying to say? Until honor no accept the fact that or accept any idea. During the proceedings, say obi abeka say into one accept it in pa kono abeka say no and na be kwa akoka but enye me. So this is what we're trying to see. When the case started no obi anfa na evidence mbra we de ne de eba na ma Akosua Serwaa de ne we ne ba ye almost yemfa we nka ho ye de ba during that so okay mo documents ni nie mate maje ya hwem we mo so hwem one ka bibia na ye start proceedings no. All these things are done before the proceedings. Now, be John Abeka say, where you say ya. On what problem now? Watching the chess waji. To say Mr. Fred they can. What your license no kwadia. For them out now. What's the license ready and your papa? No what to ask me pay baby. Kofa we any brad ya. That one there. Or nam onya jepa dia. What you got to where you call police station? How or buy? I will say the other man no. Me buy me call for say any way be dia. In fact, asama ba ho. Any they will say on crop one can fabra. And no na ye argue one ho no. I also
want to say something.
Let me just add something very quickly. To buttress what you said. Not only say Omoji to know. You see, Odoboni Fono objected. Emma overruled objection. And he gets that. That's a very important or a appeal to him. One more.
It makes the lawyer's case very strong.
Which means that for you to overrule, which means that you are telling us to say the document was credible.
Exactly. Thank you.
I mean, what be you but to also say that baby daddy answer yes or no on that. No. On say obi raise objection be a judge no was say either say obe sustain and also overruling, right? So or anytime obe can say we overruling objection, that means or no you're into agreement.
Mr. Nice. Me pese me can nipa 233 or so. I'm sure some majority be team legal wise. Some type of discussion say if you know kwe mom stay clear to this particular program. Mombra ni yenina yen joining yen bobo ho panelists we are almost very very
akwasi omo charde ye wa no omo je life no omo charde ye ya betra so omo nchawade no de omo support platform
Mamu
so omo je life no
sa nkofo we mu ombe confuse mu na moye monya pressure na mo de be high wa say me pa cho mo metie correct no Fred wa say ALGH wa ni mu nyina yokete mu ni ada Mr. Nice mo ada legally sound people or mo make cogent analysis e wa say what I say mo charge so any host no kwa guest no so obi make submission na that you can equally gift the guest what I say that's it but I want to ask
before I met was more question Mr. Nice titi say a court no mpeso mu hu odobro ni age no and I judge na mpene nti no your friend is saying overruled and answer overstay and I'm friend saying
sustain here. Here is the objection overruling.
No, overruling.
Yes, overruling one sustain yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know that is different from my certificate no I know so or G2 no
yes, because some objection no and confounding the raise here, right? Or not the evidence about and I already objection say marriage certificate to no and your papa and I will judge no see my boy was not to go see any papa no.
Okay,
it's my accepted.
Quick one. Oh man can say any papa. Almost say because
no, me kind of psychic just as beside example.
When you saw it creates impressions at the end of papa.
Oh no, I don't know. Beside example
objected to it because they wanted certain things done that in her opinion was not necessary.
Necessary, yeah.
Anything that oboguye and overrule them. Okay, thank you.
But you know, me person me come back. Where are you? Me person me come back on so. I think said Lawyer Kusi say Oma or objecte but one fan can't ni ruling ne ho. AI picture no mo de buy as marriage pictures no or overruling or sustaining sa argument no but one fan ba a ruling nim any court ruling nim say omo the AI pictures ba or the buy
yes or the buy but what say one for the decision no sa picture no enka the decision no but or the bemo about sa picture na nsa I say a ring and share or the bemo but sa picture no should have given her the reason say our real because say say ya no go for picture AI picture then that means assembly because say whenever we find a problem a key evidence in adena collaborative evidence now now almost idea we obi na alter a picture to now come and deceive the court to say this is a picture was taken after the said ceremony no let's say finding out say a picture no AI idea how then do you accept it there was actually even marriage be a console
exactly what's your intention why did you intend to do that
so
out to Mr. Nice or someone or of course or the bem but one year careful on so the bem and I said or the bem no
yes
me describing it sir of fra huntama judge no fra huntama because I'll say, let me paraphrase what he said. I think it's paragraph 122. I'll say the counsel for the plaintiff raised something. And I feel Becca because of Mr. Kofi Usun, some of Becca in Yan to Minty, or the end forget her. Meanwhile, yes. Lawyer Kusi ni clerk be or call answer to certain interrogatories. No, if you see the judge during that, a superman or judgment name.
Yeah.
But I didn't see can say where there no front into the yanko the failure of the learned trial judge to direct the respondent to disprove the evidence of probable existence of the German marriage between appellant and the deceased occasion a miscarriage of justice. But one a bit my boy, Mr. Fred.
Okay.
I think that Rich in joining here, he's also very sound in law.
Okay.
Me pacho sa kan bi mo ai.
Okay. Make into our any we be no boy. I say say the failure of the learned trial judge to direct the respondent to disprove the evidence of probable existence of the German marriage between appellant and the deceased occasion a miscarriage of justice.
Makes me about Hakaka. Also, throughout raise the objection to say the name Mr. Nice earlier say about the marriage certificate. No, they did not go ahead to bring anything different to say this marriage certificate, no, and yet German marriage certificate, and I say yeah, and you're authentic. So if they are objecting, the judge should have given them an order, say go and bring something to disprove it. You cannot just make with your mouth say, we are objecting it for mere sake, say, we are objecting it. Because anything the plaintiff, you have the right to object. But one more any opportunity to say, disprove it with maybe a fact or maybe something different, saying this marriage certificate, and I say, these people there was no marriage, so maybe this is a divorce certificate. Nothing like that of that sort happened. Indeed, I only say it's very good for us appeal. No, I think that is one of the strong points for us on the appeal.
Much. Until make up 0.7 so. I'll say the learned judge erred by treating plaintiff into bracket appellant inability to authenticate her German marriage certificate as a choice within her control.
Okay, I'm sure I said
Mr. Nice, we are not mismatching.
I say judge near judge near and say because of episode issue the strict one now it was Evidence Act 136 161 or rule 323 no episode issue section 1 and section 2 no one man plaintiff no time but woman here to say plaintiff within her power to control German embassy say or say at this time me busa or say and then Thursday me busa or Friday or so would crack any dedicate now the crack any man.
So say Mr. Nice, I wanna or conclude in where the 13 they really in the previous in the 12. I wanna hey boy. I want to conclude all about justice, no, because so the way now would handle Akosua DNA. It's like they wanted this woman to prove herself beyond any reasonable doubt. But Oshe Nyema be a course so like the way Otimima defendants no etimiti or moho Nyema be home even crowd which said they can't previously AI near you now. And anything of stress on 7, not stressing on the word justice, no, because that's not how it's supposed to be. Justice is supposed to be a fair, something fair. They would do away, and one also would do away, but that's not what's happened.
How was it supposed to be?
Ekra, you should check your email. You have it. You should have
it.
I
just got it. Thanks.
Ekra, how was it supposed to be in the first place? Was the German marriage certificate properly authenticated in the first place?
I mean,
Well, but you don't necessarily need to authenticate it. Mami really adebi wa say. It's not about it. I know I may hear some analysis be on it.
Richie Mr. Okay, Kasa. Sorry.
It's a little bit lengthy, but more functionally. Or see the trial judge rigidly applies section 161 of NRCD, finding that absence of formal certification by the Ghana embassy in Germany was conclusively fatal to admissibility of the foreign marriage document. The appellant rightly points out that section 161 is not an exclusive mandate. Exclusive mandate. Section 136 of NRCD allows for authentication by any evidence or sufficient showing capable of supporting a finding that the matter is what its proponent claims. Furthermore, under section 1613 of NRCD 2323, the court is clothed with statutory discretion to treat foreign documents as presumptively authentic if reasonable opportunity has been given to all parties to investigate them, which goes back to the previous points that you're reading. Pacho, wait to me at once. Ghana man, does the response on does it satisfy your curiosity?
No, say presumptively say authentic on the verdict, no. Later, or presume say even the man go through all the authentication process, or presume say Ghana marriage certificate, no maybe say lack one or two, in which any concern go, or presume in the first place. Because once it's a foreign document.
No. Oh, you are getting it wrong. It's not exclusive. 161 is in 3 sections. Judge, was focusing on mainly the number 1. And Obeka number 2 ni kakra, but was keeping number 3 no. Lawyer Kusi argument ni say that say when your time out make it authentication, the window of opportunity was the section 1613.
Now, Mama, me for baby come on, judge in the year. I don't know some okay. Supporting evidence now, which is pictures near the The judge now also stated in the judgment, they said, based on artificial intelligence in Mutio, or no, dear. A true Odobroni, a picture
And no make us a fairness, no.
A true mammy, or see based on artificial intelligence in Tino. Some picture no. What do you mean, Jintum?
Oh, yeah, I expect. Doubling in this kind of conjectures. But mon share life no TL before mon share life no. Why no mon call for mon guys have brain no metie analysis no mo ko ba bi o mo de akoka akasa. Mon share live no. Mon share live no 200 and something. Mon share live no.
Na me kai mo say mon koso ana mon che yeah brother Akosi adie because the platform media big power. Yes. Na omo anje live na mfi ensem. Cause you know omo de some restriction be by here what technical eye no. Yehu bi empese e beti akwa. Nti yenko be bamche yenko 7 ne so. Nyame shira obi o cha Akosi ade nyame shira mu nyina. 7 no. Okay, may call 7A na may call. So see, the learned trial judge erred in directing counsel for the plaintiff appellant to have the said German marriage document to be authenticated without giving reasonable time for Ghana embassy in Germany to execute the said certification of genuineness of the signatures on the said certificate. I don't know if somebody can,
I want to come in on there.
Okay.
I was just waiting for that. You see, again, we are seeing this as something that the trial judge did on purpose. You cannot ask somebody to go to Germany and go to Berlin to go find out, ask the embassy in Berlin to authenticate a marriage certificate for you within 5 days, within 6 days, within 1 week. It's impossible. is totally impossible. But the trial judge was rushing the case to finish the case in a record time, and yet still was demanding something that would have taken at least a month and a half to send these documents to Berlin and get it authenticated in Germany and back. Because when it gets to Berlin, they are not just going to sign it. If they are going to follow through, they will follow through to the very start where the marriage was contracted, to go make sure that this marriage was contracted here, and you would have to respond to them for them to get back to the court. And this process was not going to take a week or two. So for her to say that they did not bring it from the Ghana embassy in Germany at the time that she gave was not reasonable. And justice cannot be rushed. And that is what the lawyers have said there. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for you.
About ARGH. Also, in the judgment, Omiki, some statements say she gave Lawyer Kusi 1 month.
Which is not true.
But you'll be to me at also.
And Fred, more question with the Mao.
Yes,
more question with the Mao. Intimi Pacho. Nanka, Lawyer Kusi so to me, be able to slow down the process.
No, because the trial judge had set the date. Don't forget, so the trial judge was working based on the Mr. Penning's date that he told the court. Say, Asante.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So the trial judge.
Fred, me feel too much.
Succumb to a bishop.
Fred, me pacho, obi friend me simultimantio to repeat why me pacho.
Let's say the trial judge was working with Abusia Penning's timetable and not the court's timetable. Until she could have waited, but now Abusia Penning said Asante in a date, and that date is there, and that's why she was in a rush. Until she predetermined, she predetermined how long it was going to take. This is going to be a fast trial, but this case should not have been a fast trial.
That's not entirely true.
Thank you.
Asemina Mr. Kofusu ko kan court no boa we no kra kan one of the reasons man ko twa edwan no. Asem no ko kan no boa pa say wakokra Asante hene we yie no na we were just saying it to fast track the process. I don't know why he was rushing to bury that.
Ghana man says it's not entirely true. Jehene true and I can say.
I think that
that's what I said.
It's not entirely true. So what do you have to say?
Richie, man can't do it. That is not entirely true. The moment I believe, sir. Anyway, I'll put my
we've all seen him. Let's just continue.
Yeah. I said that's not entirely true because among 30 dates, one of Lawyer Kusi interview
also at the Panamishra, what the guest almost obia.
He was strongly supportive with dating judge and set up. And first of all, there was injunction via no money hope said because of a yearly date now or machine court and granted injunction say proceedings in contra a yearly date. And based on all these things now, judge now say media assembly your crown sana sit date now money na machine and I didn't see anywhere now Lawyer Kusi oppose set date in almost 30 years in which or not correct one because of heavy loaded evidence not one date no crab favor no more. So that's why I say it's not entirely true.
Yeah, when you say it's not entirely true, who sets the date?
They just said the date.
Exactly. And that's why the trial judge is
who argument they say
no, it's not
any date in come on rely on the opinion date. That I'm saying is not entirely true.
Listen. I heard you when you were saying what you said. Can you give me space to also say what I want to say? I used the Bushia Penning's analogy here to drum home a point. I am saying here that it was the trial judge that set the date. That's why in this appeal, the trial judge is the one who had erred. We are reading the appeal filings, and we are analyzing that. So the context in which this analysis is being done is based on what. Now, they didn't say Lawyer Kusi aired here. That is not what the appeal filings is. It's a trial judge that aired based on her judgment of saying that this documentation did not come back. And based on that, I reject it. But what time did you give? And Richie was saying, she said she gave 1 month. So that is what the context in which we are speaking. So when you say something is not entirely true, what are you talking about?
I counter your claim because I said what the opinion be when I'm applicant in lawyer should be just to
but the applicants
maybe appeal was focused on the judge, and actually limit to the judge, was on a certain date and time. But also making argument, what the opinion be so on mum date and time and a guide judge was set these times.
Fred is trying to say
it is true. It is true.
And I'm claim say that's not entirely true.
No,
so
it's no.
Date been an initial date for the year.
On top of my head, but I think it's almost a son. Was it twice or once or something like that?
It was 6. It was 6.
It was December. So it was on the 6th of December, right? So now I'm going to use what you call it, what's your name again? Ghana as the judge. Una asimaba betu him, and I'm in Akura. Yedi asimaba with him, right? But there is a funeral ahead of us. And Akura say, oh no, opese oye, the only kuna in that case, yeah. And also so it was your penny so I send the date opese oye ne ye. So oh judge. Date ben anka o feel senke eye face obeshe said obedi case.
Yes, first of all, say inference opposing party no. I'm fine to my name say date in cry set in cry. ABM one with other evidence. I will base on some meaning no matter date and the name of the obey kuna na issue and after the SOU kuna no issue. To matter date and I say be ending of this month no munya chance say be name of a chinye one year the obey kuna no kwa dia. Na me the 1 week I settled that differences and Sunny here in there. I will still make sure so maintain no more either. Which
Ghana, you are being disingenuous here.
This is not disingenuous. I'm just answering how was he making it.
Let me correct you.
Correct him. That's exactly what happened.
Let me correct you. That was not what happened. The injunction was to stop the funeral in the first place. So when you all agree that you are being disingenuous, Mami Serwaa did not agree on the 6th of December. So that was why there was an injunction. Part of the case was to stop the funeral for the 6th. Continue. Just wanted to correct you.
Yes. And then the case they submitted 2 cases. Ghana man, don't forget. And then was an injunction and then to prove so your legal wife, And see, I can't remember Lawyer Kusi be ya dey be so omoko tena ase no. Judge ne ka so we dibida nti obetimi edi within we answer kwa na ye no. It was out there. It was in a public a friend is saying or your interview bisa na o ka asa. Judge ne so obetimi aye. I solve the case na sana.
Okay.
And sana ye no. It was a public record them.
Munyina mote example na Mr. Nice e putu na pa me answer mote ye dey.
O say
no certain example. And me answer an example based on how we're presenting. I don't see why you're bringing that argument into it.
Okay, and to be person once now can say it's not fully true. No, I mean this case went there, and then the reason for this case near this funeral. I mean this funeral now ahead of us now the date season. And no case now, and then everything going on was based on your friend say a year no you be a year na say you be kunani ama na ye no. You don't expect say you be a year we and sanya be to kunani. What you ask them? And so now all attention, everything concerning the whole trial now was focused on meeting the deadline so that we can, handle the funeral on time. What you say? It is all said. And then sad date no one and I say date. Now you have opinion and I say date no. Until I said that during that a time limit no was influenced by a opinion sema. I believe saying on your wrong.
It makes me possible, yeah. And also, I would also add to the argument say your friend is saying to support it say your circumstances surrounding no even cry no your shall see niema ya kan nyina ne dots are connecting nyina na one say you be you make statement say you hune say no was premeditated so say ebusuapanyin di date ba na Judge Dorinda agree so I can work with it within 2 weeks I'll be done na eba na otimi ka asem na asem otimi objecti ade na ade na objecti ye no otimi de ba ni ruling mu ti sa ade a oye o sustaining ye dia ene na ye mu bi no we are still assuming ye go so assuming Judge Dorinda asem no Montuaso. I went deep into my thoughts.
Let's say Richie.
Yes,
I went deep into my thoughts.
Who question now be saying Alfred? Do we afraid here? Let me dissent a little bit. Say be a judge lawyer Kusi bit my own baby. Because my question is going to mean fairly like a stay of execution. And here one. And a two. I think say during the last cross-examination, I think say he was taking time with Odobroni witness now. And I think that what came out of the courtroom was like, say, Lawyer Kusi NVA by, I think it's a Wednesday before the judgment now. She was going to push the judgment to January. I don't know if anybody recalls. So those two things, wouldn't it have maybe changed the dates of the judgment? In answering to ARGH your question,
I think that January the end was Brimpomas injunction.
No, Mr.
Me pacho ye pese ye bisa question kakra bi na ye si from kotape.
Okay.
Na fin you make it something clear. Me pese me bisa Ghana man say let's put Odobroni Akosua Serwaa issues aside. He should sit down critically. Now Fanko Adwindwim say how Obusua Penny single-handedly. He is not an immediate Obusua phone being na asantefo bi. Most of the time they say Obusua Penny or support immediate family. Ebi alumba no wafa kan wo hana no wafa asibi wo ho di animo nipa mienu miensa ye gina hawa single-handed do ye ni mani mienu film otimi esie kojo awa bra ni nuamo ne no wafa pemu ne ma mi nuamo tete ase was it fair till now we don't even know where he was but any man I don't know why people support their own side where they are when you're there but now we support we so sometimes we should be very 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 sincere as Ghanaians. Assuming Kenya Simbianka attending the Jumanka will not be here. And Uncle Odobroni so many sure say a bit to no papa not no bit me up to naturally. But all force as a man anyone, it makes it questionable. That is why Yegna any abreno. So what yes, and secondly, me question me and sape. Me person me bisa say one. Later it was realized say na afen so na Ghana man bisa say your friend is saying injunction kan uhwe Mame Akosua mayi na mo appeal ne so na a defendant here to transition home was part because our judge is a period no na Brempoma person who dey ku ni nua he didn't want the funeral to be rushed, so it was all part but the real judgment ne buy so they had no option than to file another injunction appeal which was so closed.
So what yes, and then to judge in because something very like you vary your judgment without emotion being felt. It's it went against what the do brain cry now the fatun chain kakra not us na dream who say ye be do 1 year you munim baby na corner de share corner cry see cramp crana ye nto ye namu cement ni baby esi no na campus out of form pokra ne baby anase na iribi kro na tena da na ne mpena bi kro na tena ade flower akoto so enti o de no nkwada sam se mon kan kra de yate second dia sem pesi ebisan eya ade miensa me pacho na say ya social media nsense mini ade yete say de okogina ho ya principal witness say ono na ogina ho ono na oyo do broni nua o se ne wofo se de ne sister kunu no it came out say onim no they are not related and they are proofs any voice recordings are saying ka ye hwehwe mpan ke be say eno no onye related and na maybe sample for more say and also can it also be part of the appeal. Secondly, yenina ye hu say appeal neighbor question judgment neighbor question people were there not during that or to say Akosua Serwaa chocolate say why ade pa. And also, no, can it be used against her? Because we know, say, oh, Jaja, you don't show favoritism. And what now, before so be pronouncing, now to church chocolate, it makes it very questionable. And thirdly, as a man, you must be a person, a say, and how come say, nipa baako abusua or papa no de abusuam or more no mukatiru musem ne san ne mani nyina so musum wawu na yes own deserve say ni woman fire. We don't know who they are trying to covering up. We don't know the crime they are trying to covering up. Ame abedruye but fine yati ase the person ebisa Ghana man ne omo mudi atwa nyina ne say nipa no brempo man no odobro ni de ne ba to no nti I'm not sure say no omo ntamu nye fine sir. So what I say, I'm sure said there was a relation, but no person some come and say bibi betie so ne so obekwa akodi atro and obeka say ne nua no anware ne da enti are we going to na afa abusuafo no mo oh Akosua Serwaa de yaware ne yenyina yete ho there was no evidence even odo broni ne krato na yenya na busuani bia anasa ne mami bia waye bold aba ka say me be yaware no. So are we going to ignore all that me akache say in the face of a legal marriage, yenji cohabitation to near rubbish na what is the fate of Yansua Yawari legally? Because nobody na about out, so then it means that we are all at risk. A social issue, so I say, and it's being made public because your course to say no most set president the 200 my hadrin a bedroom babu no kunu betina na bi ono baby akwa kwatina na bebresa now those certificates are konia culture say endimu. So what are we going to do about it? Intimi person nipa na okoye na later you say he's not related to the girl. No. Can he be punished? And secondly, abusuafo some against or no na only related. No. Can you also hammer on that? And thirdly, a person be so because there have been cases and call for ever out Ghana obi and mubi say the girl was a young girl. The girl wasn't protected. He was groomed into defilement because so that is why Dorinda was bent on not letting us know the age. Anytime Lawyer Kusi calculating nani who said there time and he was a teenager. He was supposed to be in school. He was supposed to be protected. So why are we covering all these defilement cases? Me patron person mo boy or me that say.
Okay. May answer one of the questions, ma'am. Mr. Nad, may answer one of the questions, ma'am. No abem. I said the Okodi Adansi in Yamanyamani dear. First of all, no. One of the grounds who call 0.9 or do Brunia Warren near demand a Jeff in him. It includes on Paco Bedi Adansi Kasamukai, say or do Brunia Warren. There is no credible evidence to support Yawari Odobruni. I said, Mom, what was that question? What's a meeting when you're Kwana? But just want to make an watch.
My meeting,
I saw make an watch. Although Brunia Warren near the demand, so on Genome Fan Cody, yes, I Jeff in him. So what I say is part of the grounds of appeal. So I'm reading or say the court erred when it held that second respondent was validly married under account custom in April 2010 by the late Charles Kojo when there was no credible evidence on record to support it. In the customary marriage near Jitum, the Okodi Adansi na or to Papa so during the son no dance any coherent or no credible no. Yeah, challenge you on also dance any marriage na ewa into Omudishim, Mr. Na make na bem.
And the questions,
the way I was also make submission with some question. There is a buffer between me and
Okay.
Kasa as our partner AIG sign and I
Last one me person me tears and say why are not during that? Because some of us per calculation they actually go on twin brother no. And you more money on cause can age you know there was a defilement kakramu or because
so
when because papa no funny at that age.
based on that, so once with the appeal no, and yet new trial, right? And yeah, what has happened in the trial, no, and 3-panel judge, Bisham, and we say, and Chantini be, I'm kind of say,
Intentia.
in Chantia be, Ebemu, and no matter, or Martin, and to go into depth about objection, no need age, you know, that could be a separate case. This is what happened, right?
Okay.
And the appeal. The point of my raising appeal now warrior now there is no evidence. Say ya warrior na judge they can say nipa na ya set in the audio. E ka kire so onuku onim la di lumba onhia ne da no. Saa nipa na so na say dia dance say o share o 2006. Yeah, my melete no. It said 2013 na that the lumba a movie to Ghana permanently. No but Ghana ko. But 2013 no movie to Ghana permanently no. Saa no more challenges say evidence being it could have supported asemo mo kan no. Not even a picture. Picture of the by AI. What you say? And the honor, no honor, Sunday Besinti. Sa age need the Lawyer Kusi resume so about to go. Wamana go into it because no name the basi. It would have bring a lot of issues. And the honor answer na bit amount. Now Ghana now wasam na o kano. The pacho injunction case no from Mami Akosua Serwaa. Me pacho I dey be na verdict ne by na dey na judge na ka kire ye Mami Akosua Serwaa about that injunction pacho.
Where's he from?
Oh, where's he from?
Me wa ho.
No, na me ka Ghana.
Ghana.
The tia, what's that? Revisit
Me bow. Mr. Knight, me ba show we are betting ready from 7 neighbor why. No have to worry this one on why. Ekura, who are documenting no? We bet ready from 0.7 neighbor no.
But cause you're sending me now me charging my iPad maybe mommy once mommy second.
And we are nowhere we do I me so me driving tea.
Kwesi me pacho. I can't mention so nti message me email ama no send ya mama me pacho.
In time na ye din komo nya na me come too.
Oh.
Me go do get 3 ahomati na me come too.
I'll come too.
Me Mary be the 7B no.
Okay, Richie, any to as well. Don't need to move to.
Me like I say you can't let me repeat the main point before the sub points no. I say the 0.7 no. You say it was 7B. The learned judge erred by treating plaintiff or appellant's inability to authenticate a German marriage certificate as a choice within her control. Into point B no. I say the court misdirected itself by imposing a duty or expectation on counsel for appellant to compel the Ghana embassy in Germany to expedite its own administrative bureaucratic procedures in authentication process outlined under section 161 of NRCD 2323. Means I repeat it, because
no. To as well, say on the
C no or see the court upon issuing such directive under section 161 of NRCD 323 ought to have waited for the said authenticated signature to the marriage certificate to be ready amidst the court's attention drawn to the hardship in the authentication process by counsel for the appellant.
D. And I think okay. That the court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify authenticity of signature on the marriage documents by calling its own expert witness to assist the court before racing to give judgment, whilst the very document, i.e. the certified certificate the court demanded, was not ready.
Pacho, I can find out what kind of. I'm a bit lost. Sorry, you.
Richie, Lawyer Kusi amended one, no.
Amended one, no.
Okay,
maybe I could consider descend it, maybe. It says Kulendu at law, exhibits. Who read the exhibit C now, and I say exhibit D, no. What do you mean?
I think the scene already is here.
C.
D.
Exhibit D.
D.
Exhibit D, maybe I show me about. Exhibit D. Okay.
Well, that scroll down while doing the amended one.
Page 18.
Yeah, man, who proposed amended notice of appeal.
Yeah, yes. It is really called all the way down.
All the way down. Particulars of errors. 6. Particulars of error 7. Particulars of error 8. But I have an Audrey, you know.
7. D.
Oh, 70. The court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify the authentic. Okay.
Yeah, now your friend is Mr. Nice. Who says so? Oh, we did not. Do you hear me?
It's you.
So or can we on can be better so betray because and then young one I yet even if some more say banning betty like amount for betty information wahano. In Tinko betty me actually ma.
Oh my things let me read it. Let me read. Fred Minton reading natrium.
Hey, Crown, now you're the best interpreter. You so person we were man show.
Oh, Debbie. Also, the court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify the authenticity of the signature on the marriage document by calling its own expert witness to assist the court by racing before racing to give judgment, whilst the very document, that is the certified certificate the court demanded, was not ready. Say na authenticity no mo ntiasia na nke wo se o mankasa ekofa o mankasa expect ma o mo be chichire mu be pe o mo court no etu America say o mo ma judgment abra na o mo nim say ye funny saying the demand now o mo make here no, it was not ready. That's what it says.
Okay, so let me add to what you just said.
Yeah.
Mr. Nice.
Very weird. So.
The Omopache wa had say the judge no ni mu na opea. Anka there was another option. Anka obetumi edia verified by onono court no tumi e woni mu se otumi frɛ expert witness. Now be assisted about the signature, because the signature on the certificate became something that Ono Dorinda had issue. Say signature ba akone woso. German signature no enye mienu te se Ghana dia mu mienu mo sign no eno no ko aban ho no ma issue one that has one signature on it. Until when she was having difficulty with the signature issue, she should have called for an expert to come and explain that, which is within her power to do that as a court. Sometimes people will come and say it's not for the court to prove. No, it is for the court when the court is having difficulty understanding a document that is placed before you. And that is what she did not do. That is what the D is saying. Thank you.
And I think say in the judgment, I don't know Pushima said Lawyer Kusi should have done that job. Or saying no free expect witness. But on those who chase also will be from the German embassy.
And you objected to that, so we're here, and that in your previous case, and when you invited them, they didn't come. This woman was just bent on refuting the very evidence.
I don't know who we are. 103 of the judgment. Now, on one side, I say it will be a Herculean task. So we will be the experts because of sovereignty issues. What is here?
No, Mr. Knight, no, more side. I'm ready. So catch more chair say. Your friend is saying proof of the I'm kind of saying cry. Yeah, mun chair deal.
Proof, burden of proof.
Burden of proof. You say what's the burden of proof? A dane ekodi odobro ni mo side.
Yes.
Not just say or more no say no more kase no ade no no krenti or na wose say no more prove it say no cre. Instead they say wow more man in Juma, which was stated in a friend is saying the Omokan no one shama she didn't direct them to do their Omajuma no. And as I say no more say question say what's one sign Juma no.
Exactly.
Burden of proof na shift you. Nanka burden of proof no despite so admitting Mama Akosua Serwaa marriage certificate. Say burden of proof no and shift call do bro ni mo but still
I am make no.
Yes, Mama na shift.
Wa man shift ono so one sign Juma no.
Enti the more kind say see and na person or say in as much say wa more double ni manye no square with that powers na was so timi
de ye no.
Mr. Nice me paragraph 102 is a meeting yakayama.
Like this reading, she was bent on rejecting the certificate. Nothing could have changed the judge's mind. No, be very intimate at this point.
And they're rejecting the letter that your friend is a German embassy de buy,
I wanted to say something here very quickly. Richie, what you just read. You see, this woman was just diabolical because German embassy in Ghana issued a document that Lawyer Kusi presented to the court that was stating said that there was a marriage between Akosua Serwaa and Charles Kojufosu till the day he died. And she did not want to accept that document that came from the Ghana embassy in Germany. And that's why she wrote this. To say, though they are in Ghana, they are sovereign. So it has to be treated as a foreign document. Can you believe that? That in itself is fraudulent on her part.
Oh yeah.
Because the Ghana embassy, the German embassy in Ghana represents Germany. and things that concerns German citizenship and German documentation. And you are saying, say, no, we cannot accept that because though they are in Ghana, they are still a sovereign. So we have to treat it as a foreign document coming from a foreign land. What this one was trying to throw dust in everybody's eyes. And now the lawyers have caught her. Colindia law has caught her, and that's why she will lose this case in the appeal. Thank you.
It's because that letter itself, no, ko accept yeah, it's authenticating enough. Or accept that letter now, and no authenticating, no authenticating opening now, no, and no can be a jumano. It's not try so be rejected. No.
Exactly. But
say
outside cry.
The section 1613, no, it says a foreign document, it's presumably authentic.
Yes.
When all parties have been given the reasonable opportunity to investigate it. Now, no. Maybe or present day, the burden should have shifted to, also shifted burden, no, the burden of proof to Odoboni side, the defendant side, no, to also go to maybe the German embassy to say, oh, we have this letter in our possession. Was it issued from this office or not? Because it's a court entity, they could have made that verification, but the judge did not let them do that, or they did not do that on their own. Even say marriage certificate now into there is a confirmation from the German embassy, which you agree say it's based on sovereignty issues and other thing. No, they are saying say, oh, as of the time
he says yes, it's a genuine German driver's license. Matter close. It doesn't. The driver's license doesn't have to go to Ghana embassy in Berlin for them to go and find out. This whole thing is just pure. That's why they will lose the appeal.
Fred.
No, Fred. See, German embassy is just a phone call away from Ghana.
Exactly.
What that you're from this angle, nice. Almost a whole embassy there, the German embassy there, what Ghana no, or represent anything German. Now, letter, you don't want that letter, but you want almost Ghana embassy what Germany. I mean, do you get it? You don't want that one, but Ghana embassy what Germany for that authentication. I mean, is that not a sovereign state or another sovereign state? And then let's ask ourselves, Ghana embassy, free Germany, and German embassy, free Germany. Why not? Authentic, and I want the banana and so does it make sense?
It doesn't make sense. Okay, maybe asema okano. Dear Mr. Nine Session say the query D point D no. So all calling a personal on the court's near friendly own expert witness no. The court needed to appoint maybe during the bit me appointee an officer of the court, right? To just go to the German embassy. These are the documents that I have before me. These are the evidence before me. Speak to it. This document, we see it to be fraudulent. The information because it can be like a sworn statement admitted in court. So it can be a sworn statement submitted to the court. Lawyer Kusi, way in verification. It's not authentic. So speak to it. But ni na no one yet. I know because and yet court nena. I was say ye would no. But if the court really wanted to let the truth come out, serve justice. And also be to me a friend, the expert witness.
Oh
Dear
yeah.
say, my dear say, German embassy or Ghana ain't me any authentication of German document. Any almost for some more Ghana. Like Dorenda, no person say German embassy. No, almost for so much me authenticate or more document from Kruma. Almost for so say. Because yeah, you welcome to me. Say, be better yeah. We go to our embassies. And our say be our bus authentication. Open so your passport class. Say our embassy na abeko. Fa play Magana. Now we be passport. Meanwhile, it is obi issue letter. Mo bi wo German embassy issue letter. Am obi wo Ghana. It said the Germany for issue letter na. During that now from the word go. Now then I one person obey. Like from first day near the choir now, I say a photocopy. And one now start to play a mind games.
Exactly. Photocopy. So now a true certified copy is accepted
from the word
globally.
go. No, why not just add one?
What judgment? No, what judging? What them? No, deba.
Number two.
Amofa. Me papi any corrections we are hanom. I'm not sure, but me quote photocopy be. Our judgments name. I stand to be corrected. My quote photocopy be. It's a
copy. Photocopy na omo de main one book na angasa. Efa flight buy. And the book no.
So it wasn't a photocopy.
It
was a certified copy.
It was a true certified copy.
Number two. So we say certificate, authentication and adjumanti over issues on one. So court or dada quarter, your choke contempt and I'm a boy. I did not during the end and also set a certificate and papa. And you watch him out contempt. And you don't do you do new cover certificate on what's your papa will mass amaoka. Because so all the document court. Nasa call you him say, or document ya with the bay. And turn our be the actual quarter, you bet me grab oka.
Contempt bet you.
Good. And you want me on your way in an say, Mamma, I know on a personal agenda. Number one, our answer na the brew. Young, there was no way in the suit that say, but true judgment if okuna dion. Onipo bedukuna. Sade no kwa wotro she na yim kra say senka lumba tiasia. Na nko beka se mani nyina yikra che say maame no. Sabe no. Diana judges no. Ade na eda wanim no. Stick to it. Yes say maame so legal wife na so onye legal wife. Wa meka kunukuna di ho asem. Enja ade ntina okwa nwa ya na judgment obeka kukuna di ho asem. Me happy we say Akosua Serwaa, I'll be very surprised because what kind of judgment na loopholes ne dosun. E dosun bebre minim the no professor ready. Minim the other no professor.
You can't as who try to say there are loopholes in the judgment. Could they not also go to confirm what Maurice Ampao can say? The judges intentionally decide on cases and leave loopholes.
Sure.
Go on appeal. This.
Sure.
Because the reason why the whole judgment was for Odogwu need say obey Kuna. That's all.
Yeah. So she left the holes there. Said you met me a different later. Yeah, it was intentional. Me from the one I knew it was intentional.
I know saying intentional, but now credibility is at stake. He said, "Oh, judgment here what training and wakoba asem you." And he said, "A opinion teni ade ni nyina." The populace will lose interest in like lose confidence or one kasa omu. What now will be asem so na ne ho wo so say, "Hey, mama we there. But the lumbas in and besides, one wa kwa na nimu nyam kura no and said that isa after case we. And sometimes you need to put Sanema Wig as I said, the Lumba, where you were bushing, and I peace. I didn't have a 20 Dili Pepe.
That is where she failed to reason. The said that you guess when I can. It's a penny car, we are NASA. I mean, they never thought, I said they never imagined, say there will be too much chaos. After the funeral, they thought after the burial, everything will go to normal.
Exactly. So Ghana for the this
were their intentions. So we are okay. Omo printing now opera kwe kuna we are sasa. Oh, she never thought say Baba be do this far.
Me say if it da mama we this are in the buy. Me is a case crowd what you know. So cry bedroom by 5. Now, man, what could in answer? What the call because David ready. Because no some kind of anything. I mean, minister.
Okay. Judge or better now ask them. So the decision lies with what up you know. Me pacho munche me mu. You have okay.
Waiting, I'm an accusing now.
All right. Then that's fine.
Most on one and say really on it, so it's kind of hard.
Good afternoon.
No, it's not. If you petition the Chief Justice and decide that you don't want this particular judge due to prejudice, it can be done. So it's a matter of you petition. So once you object to that, they would change. You have to give it grounds. And when you're
I never actually say, oh, Judge, what's Sama that about chocolate you could ask or your credit. I did a voice where you got a what's Sama to chocolate or a credible witness that about none better now as Empire from Becca as a judge. Yeah, young to us.
Okay.
The family patrol that make a big to be no city where I mean, where you moment to wait just 1 minute. In fact, my education I'm on my wahano to say I'm so happy. I near my cosina crown and let us say yenya da didn't yet in your course so na mobi nipa na yes sister Ibekasa asembisi ya na case na no wie no no wo wie case ni nyina ho nti eno ana na me se me ba beka bibie ni ho amekanti we de mo nkoso ama we de mo njayo de bia mo fama ye be share so ma nkofo ba betie bi ma share na I'm so happy about discussion no I mean shamo pa ma ya de se mu biebie niam we nyina so ache se utie niam ewo mu na eyareho because abrochire sa niam we is easy ukoje letter every Ghana make abroad your marriage sometimes your marriage certificate if you ban be issues ni ade ukoga lawyer say ko embassy koje letter confirmation letter ukona ukoje na wo de kwa omo close almost once ya confirm amount no it's okay for them nti why say in Ghana yetimi yesa nti yenhwe ye na yanhwa ye mum na ye ho be kire ye wa kire future because you can't think far but thank you for this education why nyame hira mo pa but your sister ne beka bibi sesi a de obeka ye no that was what can bibi sesi a me pese me repeat that word no o se na ye pe baby de obi a shenti na wo say mama de ne ye de to na ye fa baby in a way
Yeah. And then you can lawyer ampa ne kai. Lawyer Morris ampa ne be kai.
No lawyer ne kai say o court when it happen. But tonight we discuss bibi say now mo person ade na che say person lady ba kono ne be yekuna say be ya that's why they have to have a way. Na ye ntimi mo no me for some reason me tell
Yeah. The kind of pepe.
What and I make say ade na ye kɔ ne tintin ni nyina na eno na maka no nti there's no need to bother ye nyina ye yawe. Thank you so much anyway.
Okay.
Munkoso na mon kyerɛkyerɛ ye pa ye be inviting kofo so mo ba betie bi. Very good educative. Thank you so much for that. Ma trotro wase bebre I don't know say na mo hwɛ ne ametro da. We dey mo betimi asimi na mo continue.
And you continue to write.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. Make E ni F na boom near moving on to 8 now. So that's the learned judge unduly hastening to give judgments by refusing to accommodate or even meaningfully inquire into the process, i.e. direction for certification. The court has set in motion under section 161 of NRCD 323. So basically, I say judge ne prepare no Emma judgment abra on one court no when misem say more process now more day pay certification no because court na I can say they should do the certification but court ne prepare no or no when misem
And let me add this or say and I know say castle or church must say court no the process now say they went through some process it is Lawyer Kusi went through some process, but the person say the process they went through, the judge and not no moment almost say do this, like 1 year specific because the only go through no been Germany for you know no one accept it. It is there no specific no was so almost say munye say mame. Oh, but
exactly. Where they mean to one so they same be aside marriage and Ukraine. Ebi a wo land litigation issues near there. Sometimes no court ni betimi ahwehwem no aka said there be I need a search into brain. So they on what they need. So what I say into the whole candidate is the truth. And the US and I mean sometimes like you
Mommy, you should be fair one. The okay in Ambao.
but you say
who they we it's who they we the
You should
we
be fair
Richie.
oh there be me sure say a network na a network na.
Yeah. What am I reaching to us? You be do on no abem.
Mate.
Okay. The court's the court's error infected the entire proceedings, rendering the entire judgment as having sacrificed procedural fairness for hasty record time judgment and vitiating orders made therein. Orders as in like Odobrenini you omo I was able to pay you you kunano. The actually say the 7 no court error and affected the entire proceedings court no use authentication process one kwese no or sacrifice ni na said the bear obetimi bu obetimi ama atemu ni intentem so na wama orders are imuye rem kakra because court intimi share ebusia the enchire ebusia the onye kuna na say the onye kuna nti hono no yanko 8 ne so but after no join here we are going through the amended let me get the correct grounds of appeal no by Kulendi at law for no new one no and see you go through a lot and we are on point 8 now. Point 8 now, say the court erred when it held that counsel for the appellant had admitted in open court that the original marriage certificate as represented was an extract from a family book or diary and therefore not a proof of civil marriage between the appellant and the late Daddy Lumba. And particulars of error, no, the subsection A, no, or say the court made a fatal and wrong deduction from the explanation of the appellant counsel on the original marriage certificate and the said family book, which represented to the court for comparison, thereby leading to a defect and error in judgment. Okay, so let me explain that quickly. The 8. You see, the German family book is where everything sits in terms of its authentication to a marriage, which Ghana doesn't have that. So the trial judge totally erred by saying, Lawyer Kusi had said, it's an extract that was taken from the family book. Okay, because it was not a family book that they had to bring. Okay, the family book contained other informations that was not relevant to the case. So by just saying, Lawyer Kusi had openly said in court that this is an extract from the family book. So based on that, you say, I didn't get authentic and it's not original. The trial judge erred. And this is why they cited the one that we just read in the 7 before we came down, that you could have seek an expert opinion. Since you, the trial judge, you are not an expert in German law and you don't know the German proceedings, all you needed to do was to seek an expert advice. And based on that, you can make your decision. But you gave a judgment based on the fact that, the lawyer said it's an extract. So then if it's an extract, then no, I cannot accept it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fred. I think say the explanation now will make you the wrong deduction, because it's a book. And a book, in the book, it contains the family history, which includes the marriage certificate. So if you take something out of it, it means you're extracting something out of the book, And that's what they are saying. Say the court made the wrong and fatal deduction from the explanation of Lawyer Kusi. But you'll be an answer and being
because me who said to say be na wako baby as travel visa bra passport na your booklet or bio data or nema but ultra my friend is saying valid visa kwa I think say it should be accepted. And I may say me few times I've been to court in terms of a land litigation issue. What's not ye near nyina koye, but the judge made us aware say young quite such a land commission in bra. So that's because such never man who title and a title near more was so ownership ne sign money. Your kwaje is such nearby.
Oh, sorry, where's he from?
The network now.
So
That make us say will be Casadintin and Dorinda uncle verify with embassy no. Se Mukaya one throw on a judgment in but Mukaya last day of court no. Or catch almost say oil ruling or catch almost say of free embassy ho. Now no crowd or tititi and a cramp no. Omo you lucky now or treat Lawyer Kusi and the name Samukaya.
Yes.
Aha.
And yes, so the buy be also no quite say the woman the buy be kwa ko ha adwunu.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, that
Follow
wanted to do that purify.
It's no crown. I don't know one fan no so me train. One and throw in I don't know.
Don't even find judgment in her because
about affect him on. As you said,
no, you know what? I see because social media had an more influence on her. And now almost have no more the call. Almost no. It was about this in the Latin. It was about this in the Latin. It's almost started with
Obviously, it's what you heard. Were you there? No, reporters were there, and all the reporters came outside to report it. And I think said Lawyer Kusi Kroba, a Krongs and Animachia, as an or can be Lawyer Kusi Crampo Kai, okay, or back courthouse on one Casa. Miss Mammy, a friend, Mammy Akusia de Pa. Yes, it was confirmed. Yes. I didn't want you. I didn't want you. Maybe they are dear fake by I didn't want you. Okay.
Yes, I remember that.
So, Mami Akusi Adepa, yes, the family book maybe ceased to be in existence in 2009. We are talking about something from 2004. And Mamino had been married before. So, it contains only history. Into once Obi Bekan Humbia, then you keep adding. So it's not like we are not talking from 2009 or 2010. We are talking from years back. Okay. Pachomeko 8B Nefo. By misconstruing the Council for Appellant explanation that in Germany, the original marriage certificate, which was presented to the court, is extracted or generated from the family book, which is the source into brackets, which is the source document. The court, by its self-misguided understanding without seeking clarity, collapsed the case of the appellant, thereby occasioning an injustice. But your friend, wait me a boy.
I mean, basically, again, the lawyers, Colendia Law have laid it perfectly. Because the moment you state, say, Adie when you're correct, you've collapsed the case already. So Dorinda did this on purpose in order to collapse the case. And I shall appeal. I see this appeal as an open and shut case. Simple. She did it intentionally in order to collapse the case.
Me patrol, my question is say, in case appeal no, omusaya omania may be no musa ebeye anything funny. No musa podi during the judgment. Now what is the next step? After Supreme Court, and I know say because Supreme Court, but after Supreme Court, no, what is the next step? Can you take it internationally? And I say answer.
You can take it internationally.
If you ever go Germany,
it can go international. It can go to The Hague.
Like one thing, I think say okay.
Ricky, let me say this quickly. With the grounds we are reading today, I read it last night. I don't think any court of appeal will side with Dorinda, because now it's highly technical. Now we're talking law here. We are not even talking evidence. We're talking law. That's why everything they've cited, they back it with law. So Dorinda she's lost this case already. There's no way the 3 judges will side with her. And yesterday I read somebody wrote an article yesterday that I read that is stating that once the Court of Appeal uphold Mame Serwaa's appeal and give her the judgment, Ghana's law would be changed. They would have cemented.
But boss, they say maybe say, if you look at it critically, the main reason I mean who say you say Mami asem demo, but yempese abemane say if the woman wins the appeal, sir, I feel no, it will bring us to the next question. Say, what killed the man? Where was he buried? So they see and now they are trying to cover up no. I think say whoever is behind and I say whatever forces are behind no, they just want to try as much as possible to bury that part. And if say mama me be legal Wi-Fi or right so or request say a day ne cool mikunu aside the abusuafo no cray request no na mikunu body no way. That is one thing na. So now I'm ya ba drew hey ya mama me ho ache because me feel say nke bia papa no bia nka or yeah it wasn't bibi na ye dey tete na nka yetime de na.
You know what
me check it with a lot of legal wife no, and then legal husbands people are not interested anymore because number one, the cost involved, the body is like, I mean, I know we can still look in terms of like the skeletons and stuff like that, if there's a crack on the skull or anything, but most are not interested, to be honest, in terms of the cost involved, in terms of
if they're able to read the room and see that exactly says me say if they're able to read the room, say the family won't demand nobody, the family won't demand his burial site and not illegal they'll be willing to help the woman. But if they detect a slightest idea, say no, people are still pushing for what happened. People are still pushing to know where he was buried. Maybe or and as a BBS and the stakeholders involved. No, to me go menumas Ghana and I said the above the law. I think so still now. Even with all our evidence, me against us.
Who court to say on share baby body no into a share baby body no into a share baby body no one for body no one who see baby on person would see.
I don't know why.
In terms of say
mommy, what's some way the bad I bet divert your attention.
What's the way they share will be interested. I say you're interested what
that issue is in court.
Because
to legal phobia one agree or agree say
okay, I don't want tonight here. People almost say all they care about is justice for Mami.
Right now,
at this point.
No, you don't really get where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from, they say justice. Okay, justice will be said, but it's not diverting.
About the body. Let's forget about it. Anything about body, no, man, forget about it. Let's forget.
Why we are even going there, my dear lady.
Forget about that here. And Mami Serwaa has or she's not part of anything that's going on.
Anything that's exactly. More direct attention.
Okay. Discussions right now on this platform has to do with the appeal. It's one thing at a time. So let's not digress and start talking about body. We are not here talking about body. You know, it has to do with the appeal. Who is the legal wife? This is what is before the Court of Appeal. So let's deal with that. And please, let's not get into so many if what. Nobody can continue to lie forever. You can lie for a period of time, but truth will come out. So let's stick with what is on the table right now, and that is the appeal. I don't know if anybody has even heard the outcome of the court appearance today. Let's talk about current, what is going on, and leave where body was buried and where body was not buried. That is not the matter. Mami Serwaa has not said anything about anybody. So please, let's stick to what is before us. Thank you.
Okay. Pacho, yeah, kind of last two, no. Yeah, I think so that's it. And the relief, no. Now, the ninth point now, I said the court erred when it held that the second respondent was validly married under Akan custom in April 2010 by the late Charles Kojefusu, aka Dadulumba, when there was no credible evidence on record to support it. Number 10, the judgment is against the weight of evidence. And see, that's the grounds of appeal, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, beautiful. This is exactly what the lawyers have sought to do, and I think they've done a brilliant job. So all we need to do is to keep our fingers crossed. Any reasonable 3 judges that will sit on this case to see this shamble of a judgment that went on. Now, let's not forget that the appeals court is there to right wrongs. That is why the appellate court is there. So when a lower court makes a judgment, it's not cast in stone. Otherwise, there will be no need. So even the framers of the law knows that a trial judge can err, and they do all the time. And that's why people go to appeal and cases are overturned. So with my little legal insight, we've read through this, and I'm telling you guys here that this case is an open and shut case. The woman did too many errors, and Kolindi Allah has brought it up clean, and I know this case will be overturned. Thank you.
I think, Sir Fred, we may need you and some other people on this platform going forward. If I think Ube avail yourself, I will be appreciative of that.
I will do my best to come.
Hi, Mr. Fred, you hear our platform is yes, Wadaro.
Yeah, only Richie and all the panelists, like in fact,
platform in what today be about me for soda, but Mr. Fred so and now said
no, he's been here all the time or commenting a day, but then he mostly directs the conversation sometimes.
And play no has say not they be all me boy. But program when I say na jo to say where Europe no yentimi nya binti.
Yes,
I say
na just so one more US in this it's just I just saw you 24 hours, so that means so now. Oh, but say queen say Ashanti queen you buy na no pass some for bed vessel.
Aha na me po enti no yeah ma the time o de baba be ya say Europe for ne America for ne Ghana for so ye be hia so kakra because we are we o say nipa ni su bebre sa.
Therefore, I have to ask permission to leave now.
To Mr. Fred, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Now, sure, baby, I be kind of na.
Mr. Fred, yeah, lawyer na. Oh, okay. Sorry.
I have knowledge in the legal because I've dealt with laws in Ghana a lot, so I do.
Oh, okay. And then one last question for you before you go. So say when they say once the appeal is overturned for what happens to the judge, Dorinda? What does she have to take any accountability because the actions, cause a lot of pain and a lot of issues for the family and Akosua Serwaa. There has to be some type of consequences. So legal process, do they typically have to take it through some type of process to kind of answer for it or no?
Not really. In Ghana,
Okay.
they don't reprimand. I mean, if they find it so severe, they can reprimand the judge. But typically, they don't.
Mr. Fred, let me add something small to it. Nothing will happen to her because judges operate by something called immunity. And yes,
immunity,
I
just say
that is the almost rare. I've been with them for some time. Sometimes we as doctors, sometimes ubenya case you have to go to court. So I say prove beyond reasonable doubt. Say be any pana or examine on a penny. You try no adult and not juvenile. What I know and I said the meaning said they have immunity and it's global destiny. It's any panel. Odi asem no wendi ni ye kra na okase yemfa wontum na ye innocent untimi ne hwe and they are protected by that immunity. That is why they make provisions to take it further. But also what I say.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So let me add something here very quickly. For instance, if a judge takes a bribe and there is evidence that can prove, like what Anas did, okay, where the judges are on your video, or more bribe, and no evidence like that. When it's taken to the legal counselor, that judge can be demoted, can be reprimanded, etc., etc. That is something that can be done. It doesn't mean that they have a immunity that they can get away with murder. No.
Oh no, the immunity has to do with judgment when they're on the judgment seat.
To what you said, I'm not disputing what you say. I'm just adding to what you said. So I'm saying that in extreme cases of corruption, that he took money and gave a wrong judgment, and there is evidence to show that one you can nail the judge. There are judges who have been disbarred from sitting on any cases based on hard evidence. Until that can be done, and I'll catch up with you later.
Bye. Yeah. They say $35,000 be for baby. Inti FBI, Yoko, or like that's why I say people tend to say institutions in Ghana doesn't work now because Obi make it such a huge allegation. Some people has to take the case on, but they just say Ghana no Obi betrayal petition. Say maybe I say and I say before they can act on it. But even if they don't have any interest, and I say any political need, maybe all of a sudden, even here Tikrumai, Otawana $1 million be able to account me boom with King asking you about the money. But in Ghana, I don't know what's going on. Say Obia Miki such a huge allegation. Nothing has been done. No checks has been done. Say Obia indeed. My manager $35,000. Wakoto within the space of what top property be. People feel say the salary will make ain't me enter that property. And now I'm making deposit be it's maybe a mutracy and maybe it's part of that money now it's been circulating around say about or receiving but all these nothing, no movement has been done on it.
Bro, Ghana na yet an accountability in Shada near Sao. Here we don't audit people, no can't so you're jealous. Because aside politicians at DBA but sometimes you see a very young guy. Only a juma buying cars Nissan man, also brochure they will investigate. But I had we allowed BBA say enko. You can't question people on how they even made their world. But also at say into that the system we find ourselves in, which is sad.
Oh, I did not know say Dorinda had a PhD. She can kiss being on the Supreme Court goodbye. Yeah, she can kiss it goodbye.
Even appeal cry na be den because yeah the one some koko appeal now it's some way on some they deal with promotion and the cases and another a high profile case. Me I feel say even if there was any manipulation I shouldn't have been so biased. Sometimes I feel some empathy for him because I feel say maybe there were a lot of stakeholders are not homogeneous no con, so something may have happened. So so she was left with no option, but still no. When you I know dignity now the at this point you have to take the fall.
Not Collins that time, okay. Still I'm thinking he's in the background. And that NPP didn't be see so. And see with that and not side lady back when if saying NPP lady no me refinity.
If you could to
ne no bata home. And see when we not make you call her. Almost a do be see too. I think the politics played a role.
Politically influenced.
Yeah.
Exactly. What they would be at us, what they were doing don't worry. You exchange it.
But the thing is, every institution came to meet the institution of marriage. There are few documents are universally accepted, whether certification or no certification. One, passport, marriage certificate, divorce certificate, unless it's concorded. But universally, because follow passport and call any court in the USA, can't just go and authenticate your
booklet.
No. It was like, let marriage stand, let cohabitation stand on its own. Don't conflict the two. It doesn't work like that, because the entire nipa baby any dear change say aside being that the lumbano, the people felt the institution of marriage was under attack in Ghana. So Abia, within this case, because me personally, if Dorinda if it was a male judge, personally I think the outcome would have been different. But in such a high profile case, like who make you due diligence now throw or judgment to her, even to supporting man, if it had went against the woman near fair judgment needing like to me and finding any loophole or any error with it. And the judgment judgment to her, not judgment near home. You lose here no cry to say, oh, I have lost fair and squarely. But your judgment, like wow, confused no, like come on, you have to be serious. Yeah, Simon. Ghana.
And then Richie continue for us. I think now we're ready, which is good because this is the type of stuff we need to be talking about.
That's the end.
Oh, that's the end. It was so sweet.
Let me put this out. Alleged marriage now it take place between that Lumba and Odoboni. And on that a board no so no. Inti mo say more pictures and pictures in never no. That's it.
Hey, wait,
your wedding gown, or more in a show,
man. Hey, na video be no. Video be no.
Come submissions now. Mo be carry.
Oh, ampa. Kwesi ampa.
Now when the name was born over you.
When the coin.
I'm saying we omodi we be call man fa we yanko, but omodi we be call you. Waiting submissions. They will add it.
When him say video be back out on na Laraba a very very young video name. Video ne back out in a circulating like just a few days depending on who say remove video never was born TV. Into me say you na friend or back when you did the same. Atemba na Emia friend say Atentaba yeah, Miss on the friend was born TV. the number, but I get access to like the video just to kind of find out what is like, to see
Video no
how I
crack
can.
me walk around me on to obi here with my
Video corner make no.
Me page me post normal report. It's me
One video corner make no.
And airport video. Airport no.
There. Airport the buy no. Obi so expose video bi no orchestra one of the others orchestra lumba ofie ho. And you didn't Tibet tell as a maid, but not looking like me 14 ho.
Yeah, video. So now
never was born TV.
I am Paul. So video na fire here. Sa
you're intimate. I think that video no Western airport there no.
Hammer
airport there no. Yeah.
Hammer mo the coffee ho no.
I know Hammer.
I think so. No, come on. No,
yes. Was born TV na enko na me hu say no or you be live no the tray. A free hot nom, means the man is still video naira.
I know it's a whole more in amazement.
Yes, on top of your game.
Now we're unity.
Yes, only so young. I look at the Western airport today, no. Yeah.
The question is, if truly, why are you hiding all these evidences? Why are you paying people off? Like, what's your end game? What are you trying to hide? What are you trying to achieve?
She's trying to achieve properties.
Yeah, I think it goes more beyond properties.
Yeah. No, it's not about properties. I believe it's not about properties because properties, she's entitled to property.
I think it has to do with how the man died.
She's entitled, but she's not gonna get what she wants or not pay what she wants. What I say?
Papa no niema bebre sis or niema bebre. Me I feel say it has to do more with the questions around his death. That is why I went in Eban. So I said to me, that's what I strongly believe.
Baby, the compound here kakrebi. It looking like 17-bedroom house. Also, greed can sometimes, yeah, auntie.
You don't cease to disappoint.
House.
The beginning of this case has been the East Legon house. From that has.
I wouldn't saw the champagne goodness or no. Yes,
Daya wouldn't home match. Hey, no, they mean to me.
The case no from the one almost.
Not in the boys' quarters, not in the main house.
And name is no.
Near friend. Maybe I knew she champagne. It wasn't. I don't think so. It was the main house.
No, it was not. No, it was the boys' quarters.
She said, "You must watch the boys' quarters, son. Finally, you are able to live inside the whole house, sir. Would you want to leave it? No. That's why she's fighting." What I didn't say. So see how finally she can now enjoy the whole house. And see, it's a different feeling. It's a new feeling. Yeah.
I think say and a little bit search in during the ruling no already paragraph 83 now or make key reference to a case, but case no reference don't make key no. I think say or no picky on say research I'll pick the a benefit. That's what she did. Case no let me try and find the case and I'll talk about it a little bit. Case no something similar. Day3 Akosua, I think it's page 83, no, paragraph 82, Ernestina Boateng versus Phyllis Serwaa. I think say if I start reading the full one, but what I got from it and say Phyllis was married to, I think the man name was Mark. And a Mark no only Phyllis it go through divorce and only Ernestina Boateng no kotna kakra. Inti aware no engu fully. And only Ernestina Boateng ko ware. But aware no engu fully no ena owuye no. We no show Phyllis no show up. Ena obe declare say only na wife. Now no I think that na Ernestina Boateng it property be me said the odobro ni ye no. Inti once the High Court no judged that Phyllis no ye a year no. And omuko evicte Ernestina Boateng no. Free if you
I think the case went all the way to the Supreme Court. But the only thing Ernestina Boateng was able to do is say the property now no any papa and team no. She was able to show say it was from like a joint basically the contribution or property name. Into the Supreme Court awarded portion of that property to her, and awarded 10,000 Ghana cedi as like the way now almost evicted and it's in aborting free all. I'm saying, oh, when I say 10,000 cedis, you call liable ethical free her near 10,000 and now 20,000 Ghana cedis be at us or court no we near the amano. It's Ernestina Boateng and 2 others. Civil appeal delivered on 14th April 2021. Yeah.
There's during that equity say out of contest.
So you say the judgment no picky the favor no. And no, it also had to do with some procedures, same thing. Like authentication. And I think that the conclusion of it was say you can't sacrifice justice for they're not Lawyer Kusi can't say no.
On the with technicalities, no.
Yes.
Wow. But in your own estimation, do you think that the appeal looks good for Mama?
Oh, it's solid. It's solid. The only thing they are seeking the leave of the court to see any change the outcome of the more hearing or more coin. If it's entered there, I don't think the more new case. And we know it may be because
Richie, my also be a better was say herself my and it's all good.
Okay.
Obi, mommy, go through way no. Mommy, Obi say, why Akosua Serwaa, or see they are done with the appeal presentation and it's all good.
Good.
They are done with the appeal
That's fine.
presentation.
That's fine.
Today,
That's fine.
they said it's all good. Yeah. So good.
Me who wanting tiny so say na crofo posti senka team legal and could show support that the appeal is about to start. Me, I don't agree with that because first time I call honum no and to come here the tell call so honor. At the am I crying? So I don't know why they are posting that the date is coming and that we should show up in court and support. Yeah, and I don't know, say leadership ni bit maybe afahona because me wanna go honum na ye the phone ben kunin your man I don't know. It's MP.
No, and you pass will be called Obi alcohol.
Yeah,
means
this time around we shouldn't go there.
Oh, I think they were showing their support on the platform. I saw no pakono ya ibinya do de kolende for beto so no.
Debbie. Lady almost say Masawa appeal no. Obi kwaka tomorrow so then me kwame who say bibia tomorrow, I don't know. But I'll say we should all show up, team legal show up for support like Gengo Jina Ho. To say last time no. Yeah.
Me be pacho in here mom me say case my like you know mon kono first one
me pacho me be some question no inti appeal no Kolendi law firm ababa join Lawyer Kusi ana
Obi a confirm na ye bra kojo live no so.
Yes.
They name na time.
Yeah.
They have taken over the appeal. But
okay, so it's no more with Lawyer Kusi again.
No. Lawyer Kusi is still backing. Like
Lawyer Kusi is doing that you thing no. Lawyer Kusi you.
Yes.
Oh, okay. You Patrick,
what they are disposing on your fire no, it's not true. And I think they coming on and bringing fresh ideas, no. It's really helpful because we need Lawyer Kusi grounds of appeal now. It's slightly different, which means we more the animal p a chain Yeah, because Lawyer Kusi, personally, it was done in a haste because the judgment came on the 28th. Now on the 1st or 2nd, no filing grounds of appeal. We know, I think said the
or
third
much not every did a process
And the language,
Kulendi
was
law
very
firm, they're
harsh.
one of the toppest too, one of the toppest in
The
Ghana.
language with the Lawyer Kusi's appeal, no notice, no harsh. Who read it? And I won't say
so they are
it
before
was
the
harsh on the judge.
Send the boy from the window. Oh,
Lawyer Kusi, they say to legal husband, no, today be our charge to say na.
Rich,
well, you team legal wife, who come up pemba by any britu.
Rich, but when the interview now, that's the quiet nibid. Or say, Saoba, or say that woman. I know why I'm
they say team legal wife, one among say team you Ghana. Yeah, that woman crana, any abre, yes, sir, but you from number quality.
Me say no quiet me that chance me now or say that woman chose to accept it. I don't quiet my statements in my that woman chose to accept it. Me say I'm Lawyer Kusi, mommy who you she.
because
That woman chose to accept it.
Or chino can be come best son as
The thing is, Lawyer Kusi in the work, and I'm a Lawyer Kusi. So she knows say Lawyer Kusi, and yeah, I did be fraudulent and I did be fake. So Obama better the corner that I know, and then a man now I know Casa say that woman chose to do this, that woman chose to do that.
I think it's almost ethics now. He even knew that was wrong, but Dorinda needs to be fair. It was already killed.
Even the first court case now, the first hearing now, they say Dorinda Eka say, hey, Lawyer Kusi, you are good at things like this. So a bad marriage, Lawyer Kusi,
or a family lawyer.
Hey, or you're good on that, man. And see, how come say will be a woman so you're good at it? We say now we actually this kind of thing, say the bubble fool.
Me sometimes I feel say judges know you who more about kakao but kuya or any if anything injunction without or varying the judgments and injunction without motion being filed. So what means say papa no nanka what they are attending now to hold. But be a cause in threat in a corner so no. She had no option.
Mommy, there was like one gentleman or say or give you judgment without the presence of defendant and plaintiff.
Sa papa no.
Yes. So need to bind that.
Oh no, after we know, and I know sense PPA by says I know what you.
It was all planned though. It was all planned because at the end of the day, no. Ombe argue. Ombe argue.
All man judgment, all man judgment. Now that person was in police cell. And all judgment. No plaintiff present, no defendant present.
But I think so you can try in absence, just that their lawyers will be present. And
nobody was present.
Hey,
information. Maybe a case no man banana or judge.
I think Nyamia don't be Akosua Serwaa. Now the other can say this time no, the best will be biara because as same we say no, you're free a bomu abedu be poso. One no be pano, and ye one ade ho be ko. Say